Well, good morning, everyone. It is the first council meeting, January 8th of 2024. Welcome. All public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act 41. All right, I'll call the meeting to order at 9 a.m. There's an adoption of the agenda. Councillor Graham has motion to adopt the agenda. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried. Item 3.1, the adoption of the regular council meeting minutes of December 12th, 2023. Any errors or omissions? If not, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Yeah, so moved.
So move. Any discussion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried. Special council meeting minutes of December 19th, 2023. Any errors or omissions? If not, Councillor Lougheed moves. Any discussion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. So moving on to 4.1, it is our public hearing. And I'll call the public hearing to order at 9:01. I'll outline the process to be used. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it is their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor or opposed of the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off or put on the silent mode, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. First, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, the council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Then anyone who is present and whom is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed of the application. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues raised previously. So before I turn it over, we'll take a moment to do introductions. I'll go to my right, please.
Good morning, Mr. Bowman. I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed, Division 3.
Good to see you again. Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Division 1 and Deputy Reeve.
Michelle Swanson, Division 7 Councillor, and Reeve.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Morning, Barry. Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Division 5.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Kim Gillam, Manager of Planning and Development.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
I missed that.
You can introduce yourself, please, Mr. Bowman.
Oh, you were going left. I thought you said right. Barry Bowman.
No.
Sorry.
Thank you very much. So to start off, I'll ask Ms. Gillam to outline the background of the application, please.
Thank you. Barry and Margaret Bowman currently hold title to the Southwest 63906 containing 153.26 acres. The subject land is in the Agriculture District and is located approximately 4 kilometers southeast of the town of Rocky Mountain House. The landowners have made application to redesignate 13 acres located in the northwest portion of the quarter section from the Ag District to the CRA District. The remaining 140 acres would remain in the Agriculture District. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicants will then proceed with the subdivision application to create separate title to the CRA parcel. At the time of application, the landowners indicated they wanted the 3-sided pole shed on the east side of the proposed parcel to be included, creating a 13-acre parcel. After further discussion with the landowner and an on-site inspection with the Municipal Planning Commission, it was determined that the landowner would like the 3-sided pole shed to remain with the quarter section and would like the east boundary for the proposed parcel be the appropriate distance from the pole shed. This would reduce the size from the original application to approximately 10.25 acres. Aerial photos have been included in the package, including the size, or indicating the size of the parcel at the time of the application and the proposed reduced size. Could you go to the next one, maybe? Next, sorry, I'm just trying to see. Next. Yeah, this one. Thank you. So that's the 10.251. The newly adjusted proposed developed 10.25 acre CRA parcel contains a residence, garage, horse shelter, and other ancillary buildings. Access to the proposed CRA parcel and the remainder of the quarter section is obtained from existing accesses off of Range Road 7-0, adjacent to the west property boundary. The landowners have made application to amend the land use bylaw to be able to subdivide off the existing developed yard site. The reason the landowners have applied to redesignate more than the maximum allowable lot size is to accommodate existing corrals and treat areas. The corrals to the south of the developed yard site are as conducive to the developed yard site as to the quarter section, being animal pens for the horses for personal use. The landowners intend to stay on the proposed lot until age or circumstance no longer allows, and the remainder of the quarter section will remain with their children. Surrounding land uses in the area are mainly agricultural and light industrial, with a few residential parcels surrounding the property. The attached package provides more detail on the proposed development, and the applicant is here to speak to the proposal. So I've included the standard section from the MGA regarding subdivision, and sections from the municipal development plan regarding surface water, subdivision development on agricultural land, general residential development considerations, buffering and the subdivision of land, and the number of parcels permitted. This would be the third title or second parcel from the quarter section per 10.2.2. And the, speaking to the size would be 10.2.4 for a residential parcel in the Egg District that includes all or part of a farmstead. Can be no greater than 7 acres unless deemed necessary by the authority to encompass existing residential amenities and facilities. So, for planning considerations, the redesignation of the proposed land is to allow for the subdivision of an existing yard site so that the landowners can stay on the land and pass the remainder of the quarter section on to family. The reasons the landowners have applied to redesignate more than the maximum size is to accommodate existing pens and shelter belts. The staff reviewed and considered the impacts on adjacent farming activities and do not anticipate that the proposal would negatively impact existing farm operations in the area, as the proposed parcel will continue to be used for residential purposes. And should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision approved, this would be the third title from the quarter per 10.2.2. Considering policy 10.2.4 and the maximum allowable size of the parcel being 7 acres unless a larger parcel is deemed necessary to encompass existing residential amenities and facilities such as shelter belts, wastewater and water services, and driveways associated with the farmstead, administration believes the oversized parcel may not be deemed necessary due to the 3-sided pole shed not being included in the proposed parcel. And the house, garage, ancillary buildings and services and a portion of the corrals could be contained within a smaller parcel, close to 7 acres in size. An aerial photo has been included in your package for review. I think that might be the next one. Yes, so this is the 7-acre one. At the regular council meeting held on November 14th, 2023, council reviewed and gave first reading to Bylaw 1171-23. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon consideration of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third readings to Bylaw 1171-23. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now ask council if they have any questions of the development officer. Seeing none, I'll invite the development officer to present any comments received from referral agencies, please.
We have received some comments from agencies. TELUS has no objections, Fortis has no concerns, Blue Mountain Power Co-op has no objections, Alberta Health Services, the subject lands are located less than 200 meters from the Gateway Industrial Park, which may contain incompatible uses activities with the existing and or future residential development on the subject lands. The industrial uses and activities on the adjacent Gateway Industrial Park lands could have effects on local air quality, ground and or surface water quality, soil quality, noise, traffic, etc., that may result in complaints and or a nuisance. These potential concerns should be considered during the approval process. Should you proceed with the approval of this application, even though concerns are raised, AHS offers the following for consideration. The nuisance and general sanitation regulation outlines setback distances. These include no person shall locate a water well within certain distances of septic and weeping fields, any sort of sewage. And then, so as not to create a nuisance, AHS recommends that on-site wastewater treatment systems be installed in accordance with Alberta private sewage system standards of practice. Public Works Infrastructure has no objections. Public Works Operations has no comments or concerns. Ag and Community Services has no comments or concerns. Assessment Department would like to advise that the applicant that the assessment of the subdivision will change from residential and farmland to only residential land and improvements. Regional Fire has no concerns at this time. Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors offers the following comments. Pursuant to Section 618, the MGA, the department expects the municipality will comply with any applicable items related to provincial highways. Pursuant to Section 618.4 of the MGA, the department expects that the municipality will mitigate the impacts of traffic generated by developments approved on the local road connections. Any future development does not require a development permit from our department as it is out of the highway control zone. Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors has no objection to this proposed land use redesignation, provided we are referred at the subdivision stage. And access is via the local road RR70 or 70. And then the Municipal Planning Commission reviewed the application on December 20th. MPC recommends that council favorably consider granting second and third readings of Bylaw 1171-23 with a reduced size to 7 acres to a shape that the landowner feels appropriate. The MPC provided the following reasons for the decision. The proposal should meet policy allowing 7 acres for a developed parcel to be subdivided. Given the 3-sided pole shed is to remain on the quarter, all buildings and services could be included in the 7 acres, and fences shouldn't be a determining factor for consideration of a larger parcel that does not meet other aspects of the policy. And that is it.
Thank you very much. I will now invite the applicant, Mr. Bowman, to speak to the proposal and add any comments to support your request or respond to any of the agency comments, please.
Okay, well, to start with, we decided to subdivide that, we are getting a little long in the tooth. And, if something happened to me, I wanted Margaret not to be saddled with having to stay there if she wanted to move to town. I would respectfully request, though, that you could consider going back to the 10 acres, namely for, it would be a good hobby farm, say for horse people close to town. And considering that I don't know what's going to happen there yet exactly, but my whole quarter is going to get butchered up with the highway. Now, where it's at right now is that traffic circles going on 22 and 11. There's a road going north proposed right now. There's 2 proposals, one on the north side of Armstrong's acreage into Paterny subdivision, where Paterny is building in. North of that is the Co-op gas station. The other one is that they want to put the road north and then west into Gateway Boulevard, which is by rival trade there. And then at that spot there on the east-west section, they want to put a weigh station there, a weigh scale for big trucks, which is going to chop up like the better part of 30 acres between the road and weighs, scale, setup, whatever that is. So I'm still talking with them about that now. And I'm digressing here. I'm sorry, but I've talked to Mr. Armstrong too about that. Like, I would much rather have that road go on the north side of his acreage and have the waste scale on his acreage that they would buy him out, right? I don't know. It wouldn't make sense to me. But I can't, in good conscience, push for that road on the north side of Chuck's place and have him living between two roads. I couldn't do that to him. Anyway, so, you know, in a nutshell, I would like to have, apply for that subdivision in the 10 acres for ease of, make it attractive to people of that bent, horse people, whatever. It's all bush there anyway, straight east of the house, all the way up to the thing, and we've got no plans on changing anything like that, so. That's it.
All right, thank you so much. I will now invite any of the members of the public who wish to speak in favor of the application. Seeing none, I'll check on the development officer regarding any written submissions in favor of the request.
No written submissions were received.
Thank you. I will now invite any members of the public wishing to speak in opposition of the application. Seeing none, I would like to ask Ms. Gillum if there was any written submissions opposing the request.
There were none.
Thank you. I'll now invite Mr. Bowman. Do you have any final remarks before I close the hearing?
Well, just to repeat, to go from the 7 back up to the 10 to make it more attractive for somebody, it would be horse people that would buy it. Obviously, it's close to town. And like I say, I don't think there's any farmland affected other than that pasture in the front. The trees will all stay there. So, and we got enough setback from the pole shed. So there'd be yeah, that's it.
All right, thank you so much. So with that, I will close the hearing at 9:16, and no motions will be entertained at this time. Moving on to 5.1, consideration of second and third readings. I'll pass the floor back to Ms. Gillum, please.
Thank you. So the purpose of Bylaw 117123 is to amend Clearwater County's land use bylaw to redesignate 10.25 acres of the Southwest 639-6 from the Agriculture District to the Country Residential District. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the landowner will proceed with an application to subdivide the CRA portion. And of course, please refer to any of the documents that I just presented in the public hearing for reference. At the regular council meeting held on November 14th, 2023, council reviewed and gave first reading to Bylaw 1171. As required by legislation, a notice of today's public hearing was advertised in local newspapers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and agencies. Upon consideration of the representations made at the public hearing, administration requests that council consider granting second and third readings to Bylaw 117123 for application 2323.
Thank you very much. All right, looking at the recommendations before us, I'm opening the floor for discussion or motions. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Ms. Gillum, AHS typically doesn't weigh in on nuisance. I want to say that's one of the first times I've ever seen them weigh in on noise nuisance. Like they typically, like the septic, the water, distance from hospitals, etc. But that's the first time I've seen them weigh in on a nuisance factor that I can remember. Is that a new practice?
I mean, to be honest, we never used to receive comments from them at all, and then now they respond every time with the standard septic stuff. But obviously, I guess given the proximity to the Gateway Industrial Park, you know, they commented on, you know, possible, I guess, issues with the proximity for air quality, water quality, soil quality, given industrial type uses. And so I think they just wanted to note that like given the proximity to the subdivision, there, I guess, could be concerns down the road. I mean, to this point, I mean, the Bowmans have lived there for a number of years and there hasn't been any issues up to this point. And given that it's an existing residence, like future residential development would maybe need to consider that as well. And then it would be maybe further to the south and even closer proximity to the subdivision. But yeah, it's just obviously they just want you to be aware of the proximity to that and then whether there would be a complaint or concerns down the road given the industrial subdivision there. But yeah. I'm not sure.
Thank you.
If I could just add to that a second. The quarter section there where Gurney's is on, the north 1/3, I believe, of that quarter has been dedicated that nothing can be built on there. right? And then they've got a pond at the back there for, the water that comes off to all the pavement and it's piped over and it's that pond on the, be the northwest corner of that quarter.
Be environmental and things like that, and
Yeah.
not for development.
All right. Counselor Graham?
I still stand where I did with the first reading for this proposal. It's, if those were not existing pens that are being used as an amenity to the acreage, I would not be in favor of it. But seeing as though they are an existing amenity to the acreage, I do feel that they fit in the municipal development plan. Potentially too, with the highway, it could be the first parcel out, because the first parcel out currently could cease to exist. We don't know what's gonna happen there. And I mean, I appreciate the honesty from Mr. Bowman, because he could have just made it 20 acres and said, well, I would like intensive ag and I'm gonna do whatever, but he came forward honestly. He's already taken part of it out that he originally wanted in, so it seems like we should approve it, in my opinion, and I believe it does fit the municipal development plan because of the fact that it's an amenity to the acreage. So I will be voting in favor of second reading.
So did you make the motion for second reading too?
I can make the motion if you like. I was gonna kind of see where everyone else sat on it, but I'll make a motion for second reading.
All right.
Like you said, I was gonna vote, but there was no motion on the floor.
All right. Thank you for the motion. Discussion on the motion of second reading. Counselor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. Yes, my thinking is the same. This is where we kind of come up against what seems logical in the arbitrariness of some of our documents. Even though they're internal roads, the 10.25 acres is just a logical, sensible parcel to be kept whole. So I will be supporting second reading.
Counselor Cermak?
Yes, thank you, Reeve. Did the MPC, did they not recommend to go to a 7-acre parcel in all of this?
That was the recommendation, yes?
And I would like to stick with that recommendation. They were out and seen this property. There must be reasons that they picked the 7 acres. So I would back 7 acres and not the 10.25.
Okay. And for clarification, the motion is for second reading as presented. So just for clarification. Deputy Reeve Malhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Counselor Cermak, just so that you're aware, Municipal Planning Commission has to go by policy. They can't go outside of policy, which is why they'd be recommending the 7. It's this table that can actually supersede policy. Municipal Planning Commission doesn't have the authority to do so. So that's why they would be recommending 7 acres anyway. Ms. Gillum, I do have a question with what happens since Mr. Bowman did bring up the highway and the changes that are potentially coming there. Is there gonna need to be an outline plan or an area structure plan, or how does that look once because that'll then be multiple titles, and anything over the 3 titles, we require an outline plan or an area structure plan. If it's now broken up by multiple service roads, et cetera, how does that work going forward?
Yeah, unfortunately, it'd be similar to any other parcel, so even if the highway does kind of cut off a section there, given the way the policy is written, there would need to be some sort of area structure plan or plan for development on the remainder of the quarter section once the highway was cut through there, because assuming that the first parcel would remain in the location that it's in, then that would be the 2 titles from the quarter, and then the quarter would still remain under 1 title. It would just have the road cutting through the middle of it. So, yeah, it would just, the way the policy is written, that would be the requirement at this time.
Thank you.
Counselor Northcott?
Yeah, as far as considering policy 10.2.4, it does say the maximum allowable size should be 7 acres. From what I see here in the agenda package here, I don't see any significant features to go beyond the 7 acres to go to the 10 acre size. So I don't think it should be going past the 7 acres. I don't see any features that are significant enough to go beyond the 7 acres.
Any further comments, discussion in regards to second reading? I know for myself, I am going to be voting in favor of second reading as presented. I feel that there's opportunities to, this is not going to necessarily be a very attractive area once things get cut up. And so for anybody maybe looking at this in the future, they may be looking more for a 10-acre than a 7-acre parcel. In that regards, I believe that that area gets a lot of, will be busy, but it is an opportunity to attract in the future, whether there be a grandchild or whatever else at that point in time that would like to continue to live there. But I believe it makes considerable sense to have a piece of property and have a variety of properties within our municipality to attract more people here to live here in the future. So I will be voting in favor of second reading as presented. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm doing my best to be as consistent as I possibly can. While I personally feel like a 10-acre parcel would be perfectly fine, I know that our policies don't align with that. I'd be very interested to see what an outline and area structure plan will look like post-road changes, to see that parcel itself may change as well at that time. Because if you're breaking up a quarter to the point that it can't be farmed anymore, it's clearly then not in an ag district anymore, and therefore needs to be looked at a little bit differently. But for now, it's still considered in an ag district, and I'm doing my best to be as consistent as I can, as I have been with all of the other land use amendments requested. So unfortunately, today I will be against the 10-acre, but would be in favor of a 7.
All right, Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you very much, Reeve. Swanson. I will be supporting the motion before us because I see the consistency with this being a shelter belt area. The trees are definitely part and parcel of that area, and I think it supports the consistency of that area staying more natural and having that natural shelter belt with that additional few acres.
All right. If there's no further discussion in regards to second reading, I will call the question. All those in favor of second reading? All those opposed? Carried. All right. Is there anything further that required in this regard? We need third reading, correct? So a motion for third reading. Councillor Ratcliffe? Oh, sorry, Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. I would be happy to make the motion that council approve third reading on this bylaw.
Thank you. Any discussion in regards to third reading? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of third reading? Those opposed? Carried. I believe that concludes our 5.1 agenda. I would like to call a quick recess. My laptop is needing attention, and we'll come back in 5 minutes, please. And welcome back. We had a few technical difficulties, they're now corrected. Looking back at the agenda, we are going to proceed to 5.3, just switch it around before 5.2, and I will turn it across to Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Reeve. So first reading of bylaw 1178-24 for application 2823 to amend the land use bylaw. And so on behalf of the landowners, Sheldon and Bree Friesen, Vic Maxwell, he's here today, is applying to redesignate more or less 11.49 acres of the southeastern 9, 41 of 5, west of the 5th, from the Agriculture District A to the Country Residence Agriculture District CRA. The balance of 140.54 acres would remain in the Agriculture District. The subject property is located approximately 17 kilometers north of the hamlet of Leslieville. The quarter section contains 152.03 acres, and the first residential parcel of 6.97 acres was subdivided in 2007. The proposed CRA parcel is developed with a residence, barn, ancillary and livestock buildings, and utility services. The proposal area includes a pasture area and pens. The nature of the topography of the land is described as gently rolling, gray wooded, sandy clay soil, and a mature timber shelter belt. The remaining quarter section is a mix of pasture land, farmland, and mature trees. There are several pipelines and wells on the balance of the quarter section, none of which are within the proposal area and do not contain a significant amount of sour gas. The landowners and family own a farm and several other quarter sections in the immediate area and do not require the building site on the subject quarter section for their existing farm operation. Pending the outcome of this land use amendment, the landowners intend to subdivide this parcel as the third title out of the quarter section. Access to the proposed parcel and the remainder are by existing approaches off Range Road 5-3, and surrounding land uses in the area are agricultural and residential. And we have Vic Maxwell here today to speak on behalf of the application. So I just have a short summary for all the policies and the bylaw that pertain. And for your consideration, I understand that council is familiar with them. However, if there are any policies that council would like more detail on, just let me know. So the Municipal Development Plan, or MDP, includes protecting surface water and groundwater resources, subdivision and development on agricultural land pertaining, where we evaluate the effect on agricultural land and farming activities in the local area. Under agricultural operations, we're seeking to limit infringements on agricultural operations. And under general residential development considerations, we're recognizing development is required in appropriate locations to accommodate future growth and sustain community infrastructure with a minimum impact on natural resources. We're looking for legal and physical year-round access to a county-maintained road or highway with a minimum 1 acre developable area, and ensure sufficient area necessary to accommodate a private sewage treatment system, and ensure a water table depth of at least 2 meters. MDP covers buffering, which may be required if desirable. And under subdivision of land, we provide opportunities for a variety of parcel sizes to accommodate agricultural, residential, commercial, industrial, and other uses in a fair and consistent manner, and accommodate housing options for a growing population. Under the number of permitted parcels in a quarter section designated agricultural, the maximum number of titled parcels per quarter section is 2. However, 1 additional residential subdivision in a quarter section may be approved subject to redesignation. And we look at impacts on roadways, access, additional traffic, existing uses, possible nuisances, and land use incompatibilities are also evaluated. The parcel size should be no less than 2.25 acres and no greater than 7 acres unless the larger parcel is deemed necessary to encompass existing residential amenities and facilities such as shelter belts, wastewater and water services, and driveways associated with the farmstead, or to accommodate a subdivision based on fragmentation. Legal and physical access, we're looking for functional access to a provincial highway or a county-maintained roadway, and to accommodate panhandles. And under the location of parcels, the preferred locations of new residential parcels include the portion of land that is separated by a fragmented feature, has the lowest agricultural capability, uses the least amount of cultivated land or pasture land, and is abutting existing residential parcels or residences. And sufficient developable area to accommodate servicing and setback requirements. Under the subdivision and development requirements section, through the approval process, Clearwater County may require road right-of-way, construction of roads and accesses, adequate setbacks, road upgrades, and sightline maintenance, and may limit the access points. Under water and wastewater services, the county requires that all development meet provincial standards and regulations at the cost of the developer unless there is a greater community interest. And development of a parcel is to be privately and individually serviced on site. Under redesignation, subdivision, and development, MDP policies shall be implemented. Additional studies can be requested, such as geotechnical, traffic impact, water supply, wastewater servicing, stormwater management, and environmental impact. When evaluating an application to redesignate, subdivide, or develop land, consideration shall be given regarding the impact on nearby land uses, natural capital and ag land, the environment, school, and healthcare systems. Site suitability, scale and density, open space needs, utility requirements, road requirements and traffic impacts, availability of emergency services, bear and fire smart provisions, mitigating effects, and resulting county responsibilities. And then also municipal reserves, a condition of subdivision to require 10% of developable lands be dedicated to MR with a value determined based on current market value, and is taken as cash in lieu on every parcel created within a previously subdivided quarter section. Under the land use bylaw, the CRA district is to accommodate and regulate traditional country residential agriculture parcels with minor agricultural pursuits. And the parcel size should be between 4 to 7 acres. And then finally, under the MGA Section 9, matters related to subdivision and development regulation, the subdivision authority must consider with respect to the land, topography, soil, stormwater collection and disposal, potential flooding, subsidence or erosion, accessibility to a road, water supply, sewage disposal, and nearby land uses. Thank you. And then just finally, for the policy considerations. So the redesignation of the proposed land is to allow for the subdivision of an existing developed farmyard site. There is legal and physical access to the proposed parcel and the remainder of the quarter section. Staff reviewed and considered the impacts on adjacent farming activities and do not anticipate that a residential parcel would negatively impact existing farm operations. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would be considered the third title of the quarter section and would align with MDP policy 10.2.2. The proposed parcel size of 11.49 acres does not meet the current MDP policy 10.2.4A, which permits a subdivision up to 7 acres to encompass existing residential amenities and facilities such as shelter belts, wastewater and water services, and driveways associated with the farmstead. Council may consider a larger parcel to encompass those factors. However, the proposed 11.49 acre area includes lands that are not for that purpose. Corrals and fences are not subject to consideration for larger parcels. Please note the attached farmland assessment rating map indicating the highest rated land is south of the residential site, some of which is included in that proposed 11.49 acres. And please see the attached aerial photo with the recommended reduced parcel size of 7.6 acres that encompasses the residential site and buildings, except for one livestock shelter on the south side of the amended boundary, which would be required to be removed or moved prior to endorsing the subdivision. Now, the amended size of 7.6 acres still does not meet that 7 acre maximum parcel size. However, to encompass the majority of the buildings on the proposed parcel and to not leave a small strip of land on the north side between the proposed and existing acreage, the most conducive size is approximately 7.6 acres. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, looking for discussion in regards to proceeding to a first reading. I have a question for you, Ms. Williams. So I've noticed on the previous, there was a creek. It was outlined to the south of that particular acreage. Should that limit accessibility to the rest of the parcel, or is there a creek crossing somewhere to, I'm thinking if you went straight west and then north around that particular parcel, is there opportunity for access there? Mr. Maxwell, would you like to?
There
ask
is
that
no
question?
creek. What's marked there is a seasonal water course. And I've never seen water in it anywhere. The only water that's in it is there is a dugout. There's a stock watering dugout dug close to it in the trees. But it's a bit of an exaggeration to call it a creek. It's a dry watercourse, strictly a seasonal watercourse.
Thank you. And I'm assuming too, the way the kickoff is on the 11.9 acres is to accommodate the leniencies or the away from the particular, the barn must be there? Is that what that is, or the house? Is that why the kickoff, please? If you could
That's what
explain.
was proposed.
Okay.
If Mr. Maxwell maybe can elaborate on that.
There's quite a large shelter belt between the residents on this parcel and the residents on the acreage bounding it on the north. It's mostly mature timber, a lot of pine, mature pine and mature spruce. It's quite attractive. It would be, I think that it needs to be part of the parcel to protect it. The pump house is the smaller building, which is near the extreme south of what I have outlined as a potential parcel. It's also quite a long ways out. The larger building, I was hoping that this is the second parcel out of the quarter, and of course we're requesting land use, but I was hoping that there was scope in this second parcel process to allow a little bit larger parcel. The larger structure that you see there is a barn. That barn was built as a dairy barn, I think early 1980s. High interest rates or whatever. We had tough times in the 80s. The dairy farm folded. That building with steel walls outside, steel walls inside, on concrete, steel roof, 120 feet long, 50 feet, the main building 50 feet wide, plus annexes. That building has sat completely idle from the 1980s until now. A lot of the ancient dairy equipment is still in the milking parlor. There's a lounge area for milk cows in the main part of the building. But when I walk through this building, this building is built to last 100 years and would cost $250,000 to replace. Has been out of use, but could be in use. And part of my reasoning in asking your indulgence in considering my request for a little bit larger parcel is that I see in this building what I'm asked for at least once a month, sometimes a couple of times a month, by people. I'm in the business of looking for parcels for people, and I get requested a parcel where somebody can keep a few horses and possibly train a few horses, and these people are part of they're part of our lifestyle, but affordable sites. When they come to me, they're asking for something that they can afford. And this would be a very affordable acreage and a very usable acreage if we could plan this acreage so that could make use of this building, which could be a training arena for a young fellow or a young couple. It has sat idle for 40 years. The older farmhouse is comfortable. It's a moved-on house. That house was moved from Sylvan Lake, but it's comfortable, well put together. It's a nice parcel. It's not close to any center. I get so many requests for a parcel like this that I ask your consideration to consider the size and make this a usable parcel.
Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Pardon me. Thank you, Reeve Swanson. I was going to ask if the applicants currently live there, but I'm gathering this property is to be for sale.
Mr. Maxwell?
The people that had the dairy farm there have not been there for more than 30 years. For approximately 30 years, a retired farming couple from Rimbey lived here. They sold their larger farm over at Rimbey, and they lived here and basically just lived here. The pasture has been rented to a neighbor. It has been used as a pasture quarter and is primarily a pasture quarter without considerable expense. As you can see, it's mostly timber, but it is a good pasture quarter. It has a couple of watering dugouts. It has not been used. It has not been used as an active farm. It has been rented to neighbors for pasture. Now the couple who lived here, the gentleman passed away a year or two ago. The lady has lived by herself, and she's moved on to a rest home in Rimbey. And at present, this parcel is sitting idle.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. While I absolutely understand how this would be super valuable for a horse training business, CRA is for personal enjoyment only, not for agricultural business pursuits. So it would need to be a different zoning anyway in order to turn it into horse training business, unless I'm mistaken. No, staff is shaking their head that I am not, but I would happily make the motion for first reading on the 7.6 acre CRA parcel.
There's a motion on the floor for first reading for the reduced size of 7.6 acres. Discussion on that. Councillor Northcott.
Question for the applicant, and it's just related to real estate. In comparison, a quarter section of land, how often does a quarter of section of land sell in comparison to acreages? Like how many quarters of land would you sell in comparison to, how many acreages? In a specific amount of time?
Well, most of our, if you consider acreages to be urban, in a sense, most of our population is urban. It's not agricultural. Our farms are becoming larger. It's just a fact of life. Input costs, machinery costs, larger land bases have become a necessity in agriculture, and larger farms try to get larger, which results in fewer farmers and more people that need places to live, places to carry on our Western life. This is one of those parcels. This residential facility, the house, has no interest to anybody in agriculture. It's a very nice acreage. The application, as I've drawn it, includes yards. The south boundary is an existing fence. The west boundary is an existing fence. All of those facilities that you see are livestock sheds and yards. But the barn, this this relic of a dairy barn could be something very vital to some young couple. Young couples don't start on farms anymore. That's a thing of the past.
Okay, my question, where I was kind of going with my question was, for individuals that are real estate agents, the more acreages that there are, it, could appear that it could be financially favorable for a real estate agent as there's.
You asked the question, if I sold more quarters than acreages, yes.
Yeah, and there would.
But I'm perhaps a minority in that category. Most of my sales are quarter sections. It's just the way business has evolved for me. Most of my clients are agricultural.
I guess one last comment, I might have a little experience with the dairy industry. Often the barns of that age, they've been subject to lots of moisture. They often have a little bit lower roofs and often have cement. Some renovations would need to be done into, I'm just suspecting, to the interior of that barn.
Barn is steel. Steel walls outside, steel walls inside, steel roof on concrete. And it's built to last 100 years and probably will last more.
Often behind the tin, the wood will be decayed from the large amount of moisture in the building. But just my comments.
Okay, thank you. Any further conversation any further discussion, it's not a conversation, in regards to the motion of 7.6 acres first reading? Go ahead, Councillor Gray.
I guess for me with this proposal now, I'm questioning my personal definition of amenities for these sizes of acreages. It also makes me so sad thinking of this cold week that's coming up and all the little calves that are outside when the barn is sitting there empty. But I would fully support the 7 acres. Yeah, I'll support the 7 acres. I don't really have much else to say.
Okay. Well, I understand the desire to create, and I'll just say previous to the previous agenda item, we'd like to create some variances in our sizes of acreages. It proves attractive to our people that are looking for a variety of sizes and opportunities. We don't know who's going to take this on, and I understand as far as the agriculture community, the quarters that do come up for sale, they're not necessarily that some of these agriculture people would like to be landlords in some of this, so this might be an opportunity for the rest of the quarter to be sold and to an existing agriculture producer that would like to continue on. And so although I will, in spirit, I do actually prefer to go to the 11.9. I understand through policy, I wish to go forward with a first reading, so I will be supporting the 7.6 acres at this time to go to first reading, the public hearing. Any other discussion? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor of first reading? Those opposed? The motion is carried. Thank you very much. So we will go into first reading. Now looking at the agenda at 5.2, we will do the first reading of bylaw 1179/24. Sorry. Oh. Just looking at the agenda, there is a delegation at 10. Are we still okay to go beyond with this item and then our 10 a.m. delegation? I'm just looking to administration. Okay.
Unless I missaw. I think they're here.
I'll just take a pause here.
Do you have an applicant with yours, Dustin?
Are we good to go? Okay. All right, so we will carry on with 5.2. And I'll turn the floor over to Mr. Bisson.
All right, thank you, Reeve Swanson, and good morning, Council. Andrew Jones and Corinne Allstott currently hold title to Plan 2120940, Block 1, Lot 1, which is part of the Northeast 3 37-6, containing 149.18 acres of land. Subject land is designated in the agriculture district. The subject property is located approximately 3.5 miles northwest of the village of Caroline. The landowners have made application to redesignate approximately 5 acres of land located in the southwest portion of the quarter section from Ag to CRA. The remaining 144.18 acres of the quarter would remain under the Ag designation. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicants will proceed with subdivision to create separate title to the 5 acre CRA parcel. The proposed partially developed 5 acre parcel contains utility connections, a water well, and a septic system. Access to the proposed CRA parcel and the remainder of the quarter section can be obtained from existing accesses off of Township Road 37-0A adjacent to the south property boundary. Access to the remainder of the quarter section can also be obtained from existing access off Range Road 6-2 adjacent to the east property boundary. The applicant is proposing to amend the land use bylaw to allow them to subdivide off the existing partially developed yard site. This will allow the landowners to sell the proposed parcel that they do not have any need for. Surrounding land uses in the area are mainly agricultural, with a few residential parcels surrounding the property. There's also one industrial parcel located directly to the east of the quarter that is owned by Clearwater County, known as the South Cooper Gravel Pit. Operation of the gravel pit will commence once the gravel resources in the North Cooper pit have been depleted. The attached package provides more detail on the proposed development, and unfortunately the landowners were unable to attend the meeting today to speak to the proposal. As we look at policy, I believe Amber went through policy on subdivision with her previous application. Because this is very similar in nature, I will proceed forward, and if there are any questions on specific policy, certainly council could ask that. So as I look at policy considerations, the redesignation of the proposed land is to allow for the subdivision of an existing partially developed yard site so that the landowners can sell the acreage. There is legal and physical access to the proposed parcel and the remainder of the quarter. Staff has reviewed and considered the impacts on adjacent farming activities and do not anticipate that the proposal would negatively impact existing farm operations in the area, as the proposed parcel will continue to be used for residential purposes. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would be considered the third title out of the quarter section and would align with MDP policy 10.2.2. Municipal reserves would be owing in this case if the subdivision is approved as well. So as far as staff recommendations goes, we recommend that council consider granting first reading to bylaw 1179-24 and proceed to a public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion in regards to this application? Councillor Gray.
If this application were to go through successfully, would it be made known to the person buying the acreage that there is a gravel pit there? Or going to be a gravel pit there, sorry.
Certainly that is one thing that that we could add as a caveat for a development agreement, that to notify any future purchaser that there is an existing gravel pit next to them.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cermak.
I see in the first part there, is this 5 acres or 5.5 acres?
I apologize, Councillor Cermak. I do see that it indicates 5.5. It is a 5 acre application. That is a misprint in the report.
And what else is on this parcel of land? Is there farm buildings or is it bare land?
I believe all of the existing farm buildings have been removed from this parcel. Corinne and Andy bought this property last year and removed a lot of the existing structures that were there, but the utilities, the utility connections are still in place.
Councillor North, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Just following on with that question, if this is a partially developed acreage, what actually is on it at this time?
So at this time, there's a water well, a septic system, and I believe the utility connections for residents such as power and gas are into that site, are located on that site.
Councillor Lahey,
Sorry, I had
Oh.
no comment.
no comment? Okay. Okay, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Seeing as how this is a 5-acre parcel, even though it's partially developed and could maybe go more potentially, even though it's only partial, I appreciate that it's only 5 acres. I agree that maybe a caveat on that, considering we are the gravel pit operator to the south, that we would have the ability to give some fair notice to a future resident. I agree with putting a caveat on there. I'll make the motion for first reading for this 5-acre CRA parcel.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion for first reading? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of first reading? Those opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you very much. So now the next item in our agenda is for closed session. I will need a motion to, nope, sorry, I have 6.1 is closed session. I have a motion before, I need a motion to go into closed session. Councillor Ratcliffe. All right, those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Thank you very much for returning from our closed session. There are no motions going forward from the closed session. So we will continue on in our agenda, moving on to item 7.1. Ratepayer request for refund of property taxes. And I will turn that over to Ms. Serhan, please.
Yes, good morning. So there's been a request through administration to council to refund property taxes due to a change in the square footage of a house for $1,586 over a 6-year period or 7-year period. Again, just to itemize or just give a little bit of education as far as how assessments are done and what the relationship is to the tax levy. So the residential assessment is based on market value of the parcel in its entirety, and the square footage of a house is one of the tools that's used, one of the variables that's used to make sure that properties are equitable as far as between each other. So if it's a similar property and the only difference is the square footage, then the house with the bigger square footage would pay a bigger piece of the pie on the tax levies. So there's very many variables as far as how to compare residential properties between each other and come up with the market value of the properties in Clearwater County, plus or minus 5% of the overall market value of those properties. Again, just to point out that no assessment appeal was made in those 7 years, and the years that we're talking about is 2015 to 2021. The square footage error has been corrected, and in the previous year also, which is outlined in the MGA as far as Part 305, number 1, item A is the assessor may correct the assessment roll for the current year only. So the assessment year is different than the tax year. So the assessment has been corrected as far back as the MGA allows the assessor to go back. And I just want to make sure that I'm covering all the. Again, Clearwater County is such a large geographic area, and visiting each property presents its challenges, and the assessments are as accurate as they're audited every year through the assessment department at the province, and yeah, I think they're getting more and more accurate with time. So I'll turn the item back over to the chair.
Thank you very much. All right, and Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Do we have the ability to look at the assessment as a whole? You mentioned that this is a snapshot of how we do assessment, that the size of a house is merely one piece of the puzzle.
Right.
Do we have the ability, to take the time to look at the entire assessment of this rather than just the square footage of the home and see how the rest of the tools used in establishing an assessment have affected that property? Or do we merely just not have the time today?
I think it's a huge process as far as determining what to go out and see if they have sheds, if they have, what other things are on the property. Is it on a paved road versus a gravel road? There's just so much that's involved in each property, and each property is so different within Clearwater County. The assessment department does a great job, I think, in the trying to make sure that it's comparable and equitable between each property. And the assessments on the tax notice are the market value of each property, and that's what the ratepayer is supposed to use to determine if they feel like there is an error in their assessment or not. They'd look at the overall assessed value of the property, and if they feel that they would sell their property for that amount or more, then that's how they determine if it's equitable or not.
Supplementary, please. But if this was to say be an appeal, like let's say if this was an appeal process, would not the assessment or that particular roll 380 bunch of numbers be looked at as an entire assessment and not just the
Absolutely.
one chunk of it?
I don't know if you've ever seen a package that goes to an appeal, but it's like a binder of information that goes for each property for any of the appeals.
But we're making a decision based on one small piece of what an entire assessment of a property looks like, rather than the entirety of what goes into assessing a property for a tax roll.
Yeah.
I just feel like we're missing information in order to make an adequate decision.
Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Just looking at this agenda item, and I see this one section, so you're going to get a question on what these terms actually are. Median assessment ratio. I can understand that one to be that plus or minus 5%. Coefficient of dispersion. That is a number 0 to 15. Now, knowing what I know about mathematics and coefficients, that is a huge range for a coefficient. Can you maybe explain what that is?
Mr. Gotcha.
When the Municipal Affairs Assessment Audit Team review all information coming from all municipalities in the province, they they categorize each municipality's assessment, they group them. So generally speaking, the way our county is with such a wide range of like thousands of farm type properties, you've got and any farm property that has a residence on it, so you might get 4 different categories, and the categories are based on like assessment value. So your first category might be from 0 to 400,000, and the next one will be from 400 to 500,000, 500. So that's how those coefficient of disbursements are looked at within those broad groups that are determined through the assessment audit process. The assessors only submit all the information up to the provincial auditors, and then the provincial auditors determine those, look at each municipality's numbers, assessment values for similar type properties, and they're grouped based on those categories, and then that's where the coefficient of dispersion is looked at within each group. Are we, fairly, it's a mathematical process that they determine if the assessment values are fair within each group. So they're looking at hundreds or even thousands of properties within each group and determining if it's been calculated correctly. Or it comes within that dispersion, because there's the plus or minus 5% for each property, and then there's the coefficient of dispersion within each group. So they're looking at individual and then group numbers, and it's been an algorithm. I'm not sure how exactly it works, but they tell you if you don't pass. Basically, it's a pass or fail. And if I fail in a category, they let me know, and then I have to go back. And it's all based on the sales from July 1st to July 1st each year. That's what I'm getting judged on, and then it's always dropping, and it's an annual, and then as well as a 3-year review of time adjusting sales, properties that have sold within that. So there's a whole swack of different variables and numerical analysis done by the province to ensure that each municipality's assessment has been fairly determined. I don't know if that clarifies anything, but it has a lot to do with mathematics and the provincial system that's in place.
Subsequent.
Well, thank you, Reeve Swanson, and I'm actually a little sorry I asked, but if I understand correctly, it's a grouping of ratings, and then you would apply some form of multiplier to that in order to fit a formula then, or is?
Yeah, again, it's the audit team determines those categories, and I have all the results. I mean, I can forward you the assessment audit details that I get from the province, and I don't know if that'll help you. But they group it all up, they do an analysis, and they compare like how big a spread within the group, similar type properties, and, yeah, and it's a pass or fail. And, so more, if I have to go back, I'm always checking my numbers year to year, and hopefully I don't fail, but so far, so good. I think I've passed every year so far. Otherwise, we wouldn't have our assessments approved, so.
Well, if one of my ratepayers asks a question, I'm gonna send them to you because I'm not gonna be able to explain.
Very good. Ms. Serhan?
Again, I guess the point is that if the assessed value was lower than it should have been, we would never go back and ask for additional funds either, so. You know, every property is treated the same that way.
Thank you for that. Any other discussion in regards to this? So looking a motion to the positive in this particular case, and we'll make a decision. No blinky lights. Do we have any more questions? Councillor Ratcliffe.
I don't know that I have a question. We made a mistake of over 40% on one of the more significant inputs to the assessment of this property. In the interest of fairness, I think we need to make it right.
As I believe was mentioned earlier, is that the correction has been made and retributed as of 2022. So the ask has been from the applicant they've come forward just like as a request is what has been put. They've requested an opportunity for council to refund anything prior to 2022. So is my understanding correct? And I agree with Deputy Reeve Melhoff in this regards that we are seeing one part of the whole taxation of this particular property, this tax roll. So I will be basing my decision on the fact that we need to, it has been corrected, we know better, we do better, and that going forward, I appreciate them coming and for that particular ask and going through administration for better transparency and a better understanding of the tax rules. What is that word again? Coefficient of dispersion. They understand more better, and same with us. So if you're making a motion, Councillor Ratcliffe, or to this effect, please make it, or I'm looking for a motion from another council member to move this on. Okay, Councillor Lawyer.
I can move us along in that, recognizing that administration has found the error, and the group has come, or the delegation's come before us to ask for a refund. I will make the motion that council grants the request to refund $1586 for a portion of property taxes paid on roll 3804242001 from 2015 to 2021 without conditions.
Thank you. So the motion before us, any further discussion before I call the question? Councillor Northcott.
Alrighty, I'll give my thoughts on it. Everybody does have busy lives, they do often miss stuff, but just being so historical, to go back all the way to 2015, some of the onus does fall, on the homeowner to, to look at your documents and ensure. So the average, if you take the 1586 over the 7 years, it's a smaller amount. I would hate to see it go the other way, where property owners that were maybe underassessed would have to then, where the county would go and then reassess and say, hey, you owe us more money because you were underassessed. So there's that side of it. It does fall within the 5% variance, and I don't think people would like to see a more thorough property assessments, so, you know, the further along you go here, the more thorough and detailed property assessments could be into the future, but I don't think residents really would desire that. So that's just my thoughts on it.
Councillor Graham?
I think Councillor Northcott has put it very well, and I would agree with everything that he just said. It's in the 5%. What's legislatively allowed to happen has happened already, and I appreciate why this was brought forward, and I wish that it was caught earlier, but what's the saying? Retrospect is 40/40 or something, I don't know. But, yeah, I think, hindsight's 20/20, thank you. Wow, I failed at that. Yeah, so I appreciate why it was brought forward, and I'm glad it has now been caught, and the changes have been made, and just ditto to what Councillor Northcott said. I think he put it very well.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
While I absolutely agree with everything that has been said and with what I said, this is the only information that I have to go on. This is the information that's been presented. I would love to see an entire assessment package and see what it actually does to it, but that's not what's been presented. This was our error. In the interest of transparency, I will be supporting it today.
Any further discussion or comments in regards to the motion at hand? If not, I will call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is defeated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have a delegation present, but we're going to take a 10-minute break to just reorganize, and we'll come back with our delegation. And welcome back from our break. We are now into item 8.1, which is a delegation from Travel Alberta. I'll turn the floor across for a bit of a background to Mr. Pratt to do the introductions, please.
Thank you, Reeve. We've been working on a project with Travel Alberta for, it feels like a long, long time, but it was very intense, honestly, and it was started just over a year ago. And so now we have a discovery report that honestly, it's an excellent identification of the opportunities and some of the barriers that exist for tourism in our area. But it really comes from the direction of the province of they want to double tourism, not number of visitors, but double the dollars in tourism by, I think, 2035. And they've gone across the province, done 10 of these in various areas that are outside the traditional tourism zones to be able to say, how can we grow this and where can we grow it where it hasn't been as focused before? And so I'm just going to turn the time over to Travel Alberta with Lisa and Dana to introduce themselves and dive into this.
Thanks very much, Jerry. So first of all, thank you so much for scheduling us in here today. It's a pleasure to see all of you. Most of you, many of you I've met before, but if not, my name is Lisa Lima and I'm the Destination Development Manager with Travel Alberta, and Clearwater County is part of my region with the organization. And I'll get my colleague Dana to introduce herself.
Hi everyone, thanks so much for having us. My name is Dana. I'm the Corporate Communications Specialist and Stakeholder Engagement on the project, and we're really thrilled to be here.
Yeah. Dana and her team have been working closely with our team, which has been really great. So I'm just going to dive into it. So Discovery Report, as Jerry mentioned, we've been working hard on this and see if it will, oh, there we go, great. So I might also just mention to you that the Discovery Report has just gone live as we speak. So you can find the full Discovery Report on our industry website, which is industry.travelalberta.com. So very excited that's got all of the Discovery Reports throughout the province. So as Jerry mentioned, our goal to double tourism revenues. So what we are looking at is 20 billion by 2035. And in order to do this, we had to kind of sit back and go, well, how are we going to make this happen? It's a big goal. It's a big lofty goal. And when Travel Alberta became a destination management organization, this is when we had to really look at how we do things and not just being within marketing, but looking at that destination development role. And so part of that is that we know our legacy destinations, as we call them. So when we look at the cities, Calgary and Edmonton, Banff, Lake Louise, Jasper, Canmore, fantastic places, and they draw tons and tons of international visitors. But at the same time, if we kept doing the same, we wouldn't reach our goal. So we knew, you know what, there's so many other great places in the province. There's so much diverse landscape, so many hidden gems, so many fantastic places that we knew we had to reach out and kind of start looking at how can we develop these other areas of the province to help with meeting the goals. We still, of course, will be promoting the Rockies. We know everybody loves to go to the Rockies, but yes, maybe they're coming back for another trip, or maybe they're extending the trip. Where can we start to push them and move them around the province into these different areas? So thus comes what we are calling our tourism development project, which we kicked off in, well, it's actually been a few years in the making because we obviously had to do a lot of research and understanding to where those key areas that probably had the most potential to drive tourism throughout the different areas. Okay, here we go. So when you look at this map, these are the 10 tourism development zones throughout the province. And what's interesting is you can see they're not all in one area. They're far in the north, right down into the south, into the west and east of the province. And so these, as I said, there was lots of research that went into looking at these regions, thinking and knowing that they probably had the most potential to drive tourism development within these areas of the province. And there's 10 of them, as I mentioned. no particular order, they're just going from kind of north to south. Now, one thing I will mention to you is you would see that Rocky Mountain House originally was actually in both number 4, meaning the David Thompson that we're talking about today, Tourism Development Zone, as well as the Cochrane to Rocky Mountain House, number 6, Tourism Development Zone. After further looking into this, it was difficult and a bit of a challenge to try to get Rocky Mountain House in both of those locations. And what we've done is that we have decided that Rocky Mountain House sits better in the David Thompson zone. It aligns better with the type of activities and the things that we're doing and the themes that would come out of that zone. So it'll be, moving forward, you'll see it more of a Cochrane sundry for that 6th tourism development zone. However, that being said, when you think organically, when you're coming out of, say, Calgary, you might be going up that Highway 22 through Cochrane because it's such a gorgeous and beautiful drive. It's organically that we would look at driving right up to Rocky Mountain House, catch number 11, and then make a move going west to the 93, and then maybe it becomes a circle tour that we can add to one of our itineraries to promote to an international market that would bring people in through that way. So they get a chance to see a bit more of central Alberta as opposed to maybe just going out to the mountains and coming back to Calgary. So lots of potential, of course. And there's lots of potential with the other tourism development zones to kind of make some of those connectivities from one to another.
Pardon me for interrupting. Yes. Would you want questions at the end, or can we ask questions?
It's up to you. If there's something, a question that pops up as I go along, then absolutely feel free to jump in.
The red light has come on, so I'll let Deputy Reeve ask her question.
Thank you, Reeve. Thank you for digging into what Rocky Mountain House, the town itself is, what zone they're in. Mm-hmm. How many are Clearwater County? Like, how many are we in? Are we in, I know we can see 4 and 6, but is 5 actually within Clearwater County or not? On your map, I can't totally, it looks like it might border or just our border.
It kind of borders on it, but it's not included in it.
Okay, so 4 and 6.
So, sorry, 5, yes, and 5 is more into Red Deer County and Lacombe County.
Okay, perfect.
But good question, because based on the map, I know it's a little tricky to exactly see where the lines run.
Perfect, thank you.
Perfect, thanks. Oh, great. All right, so just giving you some sort of incremental projections, and this is based on us saying, okay, we want to start to look at moving forward with these tourism development zones and how will that help us reach our goal. So we did some incremental projections, and this was for all 10 of the zones. So these numbers are specific to the David Thompson one. So looking at example of visitor spend growth, we're looking at 7.2% if we move forward and look at some of these initiatives through the tourism development zone. Estimated tourism spend would be 252 million, and then there's also the potential for job creation at 1,838. So, and again, these figures are based on a lot of the information that we've been provided, a lot of the information that our consultants. So I should mention, we hired consultants back in fall of 2022 to work on the larger plans for these, and this was coming out of some of that research that they had dived in deeper into the plans to see, where can this move the needle. Obviously, we want to look at these numbers because we want to know what that potential is for us to put all, this hard work and time spent into these zones. So we also looked at engagement, and I want to just show you a bit of the numbers. So who did we engage with? And again, these are based on the David Thompson zone, 137 stakeholders, 112 businesses, 2 communities. When we say that, we mean Rocky Mountain House and Nordegg area. And some of the findings of what we heard. So we learned that really, and this is kind of some of the feedback and some of the themes. One thing is over 90% of this particular tourism development zone is on Crown land. There are some accommodation pressures, we know. And when we look at that, maybe in Rocky Mountain House, we do have some hotels, but of course we know that a lot of them can get filled up with industry. And then when we move further west, we know that there are limits on the number of accommodation, fixed roof accommodation. Even we know in those high summer months, the campgrounds get filled and a lot of that accommodation get filled as well. And some of the larger, like if you look at someone like the David Thompson Resort or the Crossing at Highway 93, they are not open year round. So then when we look at the winter months, you know, there's even more compression in that sense. And then the last one being the communication with the government and the county. You know, in the past, there may have not been as much communication, and we know that that's key. And there was a meeting just a couple of weeks ago that I know Rick, you were attended, and Jerry, and there was some. I was very excited after that meeting. It was a great meeting, and so I think in order for us to grow and know that, and especially when we go back to that 90% of Crown land, we have to have those conversations continuing. Which, as I said, I think we're off to a great start. And then when we look at resident sentiment, and again, we did this throughout Alberta, throughout all of the 10, but these being specific to the David Thompson, we saw 66% resident sentiment saying they would like or would welcome more visitors to their community. 75% said that tourism is important to their community, and 53% said a strong tourism industry improves my quality of life. That one I found was lower probably throughout all of the tourism development zones, because I think that we have some education and educating to do for people to really understand what that means and how can tourism. So for example, if there was a new, I don't know, I'm throwing out something arbitrarily, a new resort, and maybe it's got a nice restaurant and a spa attached to it, as a resident, I get to go to that restaurant. I get also to utilize that spa. So my quality, I guess, of life, things like that, that there may be some tourism type investments or projects that come out that make my life or make me enjoy where I live a little more. So I think, as I said, I think for that one, that's something that we would want to talk to, what we mean by a strong tourism industry improves my quality of life. And next, I'm just going to highlight just very quickly a few of the strengths, opportunities, challenges. And again, these are just, we had a list in the report, but here's just one from each. So the strength being the diversity of year-round tourism experience being one. We know there's that potential to grow tourism, not just in the summer months, but year-round, which is great. When we think about even the ice bubbles, you know, we're getting international recognition for these. So we know there's, you know, great potential for that. But the key is year-round, which is amazing. And as part of our strategy within Travel Alberta, it's not just about looking at these rural areas throughout the province, but how can we look at bringing people in on what we call shoulder seasons and in the winter as well. So that's great to know for this region. Challenge, again, that limited capacity of fixed roof accommodation, but it's also that diversity, right? Having a mixture of different types of accommodations that would fit different types of traveler needs when they're coming. And an opportunity, establish the zone as one of Alberta's leading destinations for regenerative, nature-based adventure and ecotourism. And we really feel, and not just Travel Alberta, I should say, the steering committee that we had that worked on the project together with us, we were all kind of unanimously thinking that this is something that really this David Thompson region could hang its hat on. So the next steps, lots to do, very exciting. But one of the key things as a next step is working on building the action plan for each of these regions. And so if you look under, these are kind of three of our building blocks, we call them. So shared vision and stakeholder alignment is key. So we have been working, as I mentioned, there was a steering committee made up of of members or people from both the Rocky Mountain House area, Clearwater, Nordegg. And so now what we've done is we're gonna relook and come up with a new kind of group, I guess, whether we call them a steering committee or action committee. So what's nice is that we're looking at, already we have Explore Nordegg and we have Discover Rocky as a tourism group. So what we'll do is we'll take kind of some key people from both of those groups and bring them together. So each of the groups, though, will also work on the action plan, because we know there'll probably be some key initiatives out of the action plan. Some may be more geared to the Discover Rocky group, and some may be more geared to Explore Nordegg, but we know they're gonna be working simultaneously on that, the goal of the bigger action plan, if that makes sense. So, you know, we're looking at that alignment with the two groups, which I'm happy to say is already happening, which is, you know, that's fantastic. We have a strong tourism development zone in this region, and that's great to see, and I'm excited. It makes my life easier too. And so we'll look at what other resources, you know, some of these projects we may need to help pull from other areas. Another area is, of course, the labor and housing. We know if we're trying to draw more people in, we need to ensure that there are places for people to work, but also places for people to live. And there is a staff housing plan in place that's being worked on right now, so that's great. And then, of course, that community engagement and resident sentiment. We need to keep the conversation moving forward. We need to ensure, like today, we're gauging yourselves, but we also need to look at engaging whether it's residents or stakeholders, being maybe other businesses within the region, just to make sure that everybody's on the same page, everybody's learning about it, and hopefully everybody's really excited about this and to move forward with it. And so what do we want, or what do we need to move forward? Wants and needs. So again, just from a high level, as I've mentioned, we want that alignment of the vision. We need that clear communication amongst all parties, that commitment, hopefully, that everybody's jazzed about this and on board with moving forward. And of course, again, that community engagement. And that should be it for me. So on behalf of Dana and I, again, thank you so much for taking the time to hear a little more about where we're at with the Tourism Development Zone. As I mentioned, we will be having a session on February the 5th that I believe all of the councillors from both Rocky Mountain House and Clearwater County have come together, and we can kind of engage and dive into that a little further. So I look forward to that engagement. But in the meantime, if there's any initial questions right now, welcome to hear.
Perfect, thank you so much. Just a quick question in regards to the February 5th. Will there be an opportunity that not only just council and yourself, that both the Discovery Rocky and the Explore Nordegg group will be involved with us at the time?
Yeah,
Perfect.
I would imagine that definitely for representatives, so that steering committee members would definitely, and if there's others that are interested, absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
thanks.
All right, so I'll open up to questions from council. Let's go with Councillor Norca.
Okay. I know many people like to go to the West Country. They like to enjoy the peace and quiet and, you know, get away from the lineups and the big crowds and stuff like that. I've been out by Ram Falls before. They almost had to put a set of lights in. There was so much traffic. Like, it's not relaxing. I've been to Siffler Falls, you know, walked into there before. The traffic, the foot traffic, there's a lot of people. My question is, I've traveled to places in the U.S. and I've went to parks and stuff like that and had to book months in advance, 6, 7, 8 months in advance to get a campsite. And the states, the state that I was at, they actually charge out-of-state residents double, because the residents that live in the area really can no longer enjoy the amenities or the lakes or the features that are just in their backyard. So what's the solution to that when we get there?
Yeah.
How do we, like the additional strain that's put on public services for the area?
Yeah, thanks for the question.
Yeah.
That's definitely definitely gonna be something that we're gonna obviously have to manage, and we're gonna have to look at that, and as part of that action plan, and we go through that, we will be, of course, looking at some of those initiatives. When we look at Travel Alberta, when we look at international, we look at what we call high-value travelers. So we are, you know, promoting to those travelers that are interested in coming to, you know, the province respectfully, but at the same time are interested in spending some dollars to bring there. So sometimes it's not about the numbers, but more the quality of the traveler that we are looking at bringing in from an international perspective, of course. But yes, exactly that, we need to manage some of those things, so that's where we'll be working closely with the county, and of course, within the GOA, within the government, to ensure that we can disperse people and look at other areas. And already there's been a lot of improvements when we look at along the Highway 11. In the past, I know we had a lot of cars parked on the side of the road, you know, which became safety issues. We've got some pull-offs now, some parking, washrooms weren't there. So there have been some really great improvements that'll help hopefully mitigate some of that, which is really great to see as well. But also, you know, then we can look at some more signage and things that can promote some of those other areas. So that, yes, some of those key places like a Siffler Falls become super popular. So how can we start to look at some of the other, you know, Goat Falls and White Goat Falls and some of the other areas may not be as popular, but equally as beautiful. And so again, adding those amenities, adding those pull-offs, the proper parking and everything, I think will help, and with how we strategically promote the area as well.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. You already answered some of my questions, saying that you're gonna be working directly with the county on some of this stuff. Hoping that that includes the staff housing and all of those things. Even though it's 90% Crown, the county is responsible for 90% of the servicing.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
and the burden on the residents' taxes is that as well, which is why we had the resolution for Clearwater County and all Eastern Slope municipalities to get access to the $40, to a portion of that $40 backcountry camping pass.
Right.
That did pass at RMA, so that we can help with garbage, search and rescue funding, fire services, EMS, et cetera. I'm hoping that maybe Travel Alberta, since we're in one of those zones, can maybe help us with that, so that some of those service provisions are assisted with, because traveling is fabulous. I love to have people come out and visit us. I need to make sure that we know how to pay for the travelers that are coming here as well.
Yeah.
It's an important piece of that puzzle.
Yeah, and that'll be all needing to look at as well. Even I know things like the speed limit from a safety perspective has come up as well. So there's a lot to certainly think about.
Yeah. Supplementary?
Sure.
We talked a lot about Zone 4 and how we're going to be involved in Zone 4. How are we involved in Zone 6? It takes up a big chunk of Clearwater County as well. Will we be a part of that action steering committee to ensure that we have a voice in Zone 6?
And that's the
Cochrane?
To Sundre? Yes, I mean, you would. I'm assuming as far as it goes up into Clearwater County. And then I know, Jerry, were you involved in some of the initial discussions
Yes.
around?
I was involved in helping
Jeff
develop
was.
that
Yeah.
discovery report for that area. The decision then to probably remove Rocky Mountain House and possibly add the MD of Bighorn into that to make it a little more south. But Clearwater County is going to still be included, because basically right out the back door for Sundre is Clearwater County. So in particular, the Panther River, Upper Red Deer River, Yahatinda area. I'm going to be actively involved with that tourism action plan as well, looking at what's happening. Because Sundre has taken full advantage of having a lot of tourism in the area, but a huge amount of the attractions are in Clearwater County. So I'm involved in that side as well.
Okay, perfect. I just want to make sure we have a voice in that zone as well.
Great, thanks, Jerry.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. 1,800 jobs. That could translate into 1,800 beds needed. That is daunting. I was wondering what options were discussed around creating other destinations that aren't so developed to keep crowds from overrunning the features that we do have.
Well, keep in mind that we're on the initial infancy stage of this, right? So we've just got the plans built and we are just starting to come together as a group. So by no means are we all of a sudden gonna open the doors and everybody's gonna come rushing in. It is gonna take a strategic approach and a management approach and that conversation between not just ourselves, but the steering committee, the county, the town of Rocky Mountain House in order to move things forward. So when you mention, for example, the jobs, that's our incremental projection, that would be as of 2035. So it isn't gonna be, overnight. And that's where things like taking that strategic approach so that we're gonna be looking at the housing, where are the needs for housing? And then when you bring housing, if it's say in the Nordig area, we need those amenities as well because we can't attract people to certain areas without some of those amenities. So it's kind of it's coming all at once and not all at once, but it's coming all together and all those pieces that come together that help build out the area so that it is properly managed and so that we are looking at all of those areas that need to be looked at when it comes to infrastructure, if that helps. So I know it seems, and I get excited about it, but I have to take it back, and say, okay, let's look at this. And that's where I think that action plan will help, but it's gonna be continually evolving. And even the plan as it stays, as it is today, the discovery report, that's what it is. It's a discovery report. So here's what we've discovered after talking, after looking, after researching, here's what we found. But that's not to say it's gonna not change. It'll evolve as we move forward, and there'll be little things that we can do that hopefully will move the needle in the right direction, but taking the time, and as I said, being very strategic, being very thoughtful of it, because we don't want anything to happen where we're not thinking about the environment and the impact on the land and so forth. So that's where we need to all be in alignment, all talking and making sure we're clearly communicating next steps and where we go from here.
Thank you. Supplementary?
No, that's good.
That's
Thank you.
good, thanks. I have to say that I'm excited about this too, because I think there's so many natural features that we can capitalize on in our region, and that's without that. I mean, we know we have random camping here. It's huge. I mean, I remember looking on one of the Facebook sites, and somebody said I was out at the end of Preacher's Point for New Year's Eve. It was fantastic, and we have people that are actually visiting our area in those shoulder seasons year-round now, and people are, the amenities that they buy to, to be able to do that is substantial as well, so there's not a reason why we can't capitalize that. I know I did a CBC radio interview last week in regards to the Tauntaun Bridge, and also with the Global Television, they did put out an online video of us in that regards, and I think that I've already got texts and emails in regards to that, and same with this council, that, we're drawing, the rail trail is part of it as well, as I can see, but it's having those tourism opportunities that are not necessarily, I know we want to draw a paying customer, but it's also for our residents that are, be able to access those amenities without a charge as well, so with everything that's happening. I'm just trying to give everybody an opportunity to speak once, and then we'll go from there, and then we'll come back, if that's all right. Okay, Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, my angle is a little bit different. I'm going to kind of look at the industry part of it. We've got some great tourist attractions out there that would be great in some movies. have you ever thought of approaching the movie industry to use the West Country a little more than they are?
And I know they are reaching out, whether it be TV commercials, or I know there's been movies looked into it. And I know actually with Jerry, Jerry and I both sit on CATA, the Central Alberta Tourism Alliance, and I know that there's been discussion with that group to perhaps, correct me if I'm wrong, Jerry, to look at perhaps a film strategy or study. So that would be not only in the Clearwater County Rocky Mountain House, but even as far into CATA, which also includes the Olds to Lacombe kind of region of the province, where I mentioned Red Deer County, Lacombe County, and some of the towns within there.
If I may, the Central Alberta Tourism Alliance is looking at doing a inventory of places to go for television and movie industry over the next year or two. Also been in talks with Sundre, because Sundre, Mountain View, and Didsbury have formed an actual film office, and been in talk with them, especially since the southern part of Clearwater County works very well for them as well. I've had movie people reach out, and we've had a few that have filmed out here. Our biggest obstacle is, again, lack of accommodations. That's a real problem. Where can people stay? Where can they get food when they're out here? And you know, a few other things. When they're out, they need carpenters and electricians, and the few that we have are plenty busy already. So, what the tourism industry, the potential with film industry, doesn't just grow those specific things. It actually grows all the supporting businesses that help create that industry. And so that's what this is looking at. When we look at tourism, those 1,800 jobs, it's not just all people working in hotels and restaurants. It's actually much broader than that. So I'm quite excited for that.
Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Is your team involved in planning and development, like land use planning for public lands? Like, a lot of this has to do with how you're going to actually end up using the land in the long
Yes.
run. And Clearwater County has built area structure plans for some of these development nodes in order to work on tourism destinations, some of those shoulder season type things. Is your team actually involved in some of those aspects of land
Yes.
use planning?
Yeah,
Awesome.
and the consultants did look into that as well, and that was the meeting I was referring to, sorry, that
Okay.
Rick and Jerry and I attended, as well as myself and another colleague of mine, so we were involved with that, as well as some of our partners at the government level. So yeah, so that's great. Yes, absolutely, we'll be involved in that, and as well as from an investor standpoint. I might add that we have some resources through our team at Travel Alberta. Again, now that we're a destination management organization, we have some staff that are skilled more in that investment area as well as lands. So we can use them as a resource as well when we are looking at, you know, the potential of, say, bringing in investors. How can we be a resource or just an added help with that process?
Excellent, thank you.
Great, thanks. Go ahead.
I would just like to add to that, we're very fortunate in this case. This is not a Travel Alberta goal to double the dollars. This is a Government of Alberta goal. And as a part of that, they have told multiple ministries, we need to make this happen, which means we're working with protected lands, environment, parks, forestry, Alberta, transportation. It's all of them are looking at how can we make this investment level happen, not just it's Travel Alberta's responsibility. So that in doing the discovery report and all the investigations, honestly, our groups were very pointed in saying where the obstacles are, and 90% of the land being Crown land, many of the obstacles are along there. But we're hearing more from Government Alberta, multiple ministries talking about how can we solve this rather than just saying no.
Yeah. Thanks, Jared.
Thank you. Well, I know I'm really looking forward to February 5th and speaking, you know, with the full presentation at that particular point in time and hearing more with those two discovery groups and Explore Norte groups. That would be fantastic. Looking for final questions, comments, Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Mine was actually directed back at the land use planning, zoning, et cetera. My concern is we built those area structure plans 20 years ago already once. And now with adding in destination zones, like we finished them or hopefully finishing them, we haven't seen the final draft yet. I just don't want us to have to do it again, be with this new destination zone change. So I'm hoping that you guys have been involved in the process so that we don't have to reinvent the wheel again, and that those will be very usable documents that this and previous councils have invested in.
Because those zones or the nodes are within this tourism development zone, so we kind of have an idea of where the focus is and where, it's great because they provide information on the land use and what makeup of that particular, say, node, how much potential of or percentage of it. So there's been some great work done, and I think it'll be terrific. It'll be very valuable information moving forward. With some of that investment or potential development opportunities. Absolutely.
Excellent. No, this is all super exciting. I'm looking forward to seeing it move forward. Thanks.
And with that, yes, I concur with Deputy Reeve Melhoff. This is super exciting. We do have certain members of our organization that have been waiting for this to happen for 24 years, so or longer. And so having this alliance, it is an alliance with not only Travel Alberta, but it is with the government of Alberta and the different ministries in going forward. And I appreciate the fact that you've come here today to give us a prelim, and I'm looking forward to, again, like I say, February 5th to seeing further. I'm just going to pass it on to Mr. Pratt if you had any final comments.
We do have another session in a few weeks that will go more in depth. The presentation will be much more detailed. To let you know that I'm working with both Discover Rocky and the Explore Nordeg groups, which are business-based groups, because they're the ones that'll be making a lot of the investment and the hiring around this. But there will be things that need to be done at a municipal and a provincial level, and so that will be reflected in, once we sit down and look at all these and figure out the priorities, that'll be reflected in an updated tourism strategy and in some future requests going forward to make sure it all works together and grows together.
Perfect, thank you. Well, thank you very much for coming today and giving us a presentation, and we look forward to seeing you in a few weeks. Thank you. You bet. Looking for a motion for information. Deputy Reeve Melhoff. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Excellent. I see that we're going to take our lunch break now, so we will be in recess till 12:40. And welcome back from our lunch. We are now into item 9.1, the Office of the CAO. And with item 9.1 is the Wildrose School Division Board of Trustees request. And I'll turn that over to Ms. Haight.
Good afternoon, Council. The letter attached to this report, drafted by the Wildrose School Division, is to request a meeting with the Minister of Health to discuss funding for community health services resources to support student health and wellness needs. So the school division is asking that Council, along with the municipalities copied in the letter, jointly supports their request.
Very good. Council's had an opportunity to read the letter. Any comments, discussion in regards to the letter? I concur with what has been shared as far as their facts and the weight that they are under in this particular sense of how they're helping our students in the schools. So I would be in favor of signing. So Councillor Graham.
I would agree. It was one of those really heartbreaking letters to read all the things that are happening in our community, and I will make a motion that council supports and endorses for the Reeve signature, a joint letter from Wildrose School Division Board of Trustees requesting to meet with Alberta Minister of Health to advocate for increased community health services resources to support student health and wellness needs.
Thank you so much for the motion. Further discussion, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Absolutely agree. My only question was, is there not a, it might be a deputy, but is there not a Minister of Mental Health and Youth? I thought there was another, or was that last term? I can't remember now. I should have looked it up before saying anything, but I just wanted to make sure that that was something that was included too, if there was, that all ministries that can play an impact on this are fully at the table to be held accountable.
I can definitely look into that. Make the suggestion to the Wildrose School Division.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I concur that we should support this letter. I fear that similar conditions exist in the general population, but let's see what we can do here.
Thank you. I'm even wondering if it's part of the, as far as the mental health, I was thinking of Minister Lagrange as far as the AHS. That would probably fall a little bit more under her ministry as well. So we could even, I know this is a draft under their particular, we will have a, I guess my question is, Ms. Haight, is this letter going to be a draft? Oh, okay. So, it is sorry, now that I see it is, you're right, correct. It is addressed to Honorable Lagrange. Okay, sorry. We don't need to do a CC to her. It is to her. Perfect. Awesome. We have a motion ahead before us in regards to endorsing the letter. If there's no further comments, Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Sorry, my only comment would be, would they like us to be present when they're granted this meeting with the health minister and hopefully the rest of them as well? Would they like us to make ourselves available to be there? Or at least a few of us.
I can definitely pass that on too.
Okay. That would be wonderful. I know myself would love that opportunity.
And would council like to pass a motion along to that regard?
That we will finish with this motion and then I can make a follow-up.
Yeah, great.
Okay. So the motion before us is a staff recommendation. If there's no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? No? Carried. Perfect. For subsequent motion then, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I would move that we offer our ability to be present to assist in the advocacy efforts with whichever ministry meetings they have, if they so choose to have us present.
Motion before us. Any discussion? Seeing, Councillor Graham?
Just snuck in there.
Yep.
I think I'm going to vote against this just because I feel like it's not in our lane. Alberta Health isn't under our purview, and it's neither is schooling, so I think it's good for them to know that we support them. I think they have that with the signature on the letter, so for those reasons, I'll be voting against it.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Carried. Very good. Okay, now moving on to item 9.2, the Alberta Community Partnership Municipal Restructuring Grant Application. Again, Ms. Haight.
Thank you. So as everyone is well aware, we're in negotiations for amalgamations. And now that gives council the opportunity as managing partner to apply for the Alberta Community Partnership Grant under the Phase 2 Municipal Restructuring Study Stream. Part of the application process is that council by resolution supports the application. And so administration is requesting that the application has already been sent in, but the resolution, if council passes, will be forwarded along.
Thank you. Any discussion? Questions? Okay, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I assume these other funding streams are after amalgamation on the second page here? That's correct?
Yes, that's...
And so the maximum amount we might get for infrastructure debt is just $1 million.
That's correct.
That's the maximum that would be available. Okay, thank you.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. How does this end up being perceived then by the provincial government? A letter was sent in previously that was misinterpreted. Would there be any opportunity for misinterpretation of a resolution asking for funding to continue to move forward with amalgamation negotiations?
I don't believe so, and that belief stems from the meeting that council had with Minister McIver during the fall conference. The impression that I received is that Minister McIver was prepared to have the ministry as helpful as possible in providing funding by way of grants to help the project move along forward. So I personally don't believe that there would be any misinterpretation. However, the grant application will be reviewed by the grants department at Municipal Affairs, and depending on what type of questions they have or what clarifications that they're asking for, I can definitely pass on any new information to council if something pops up.
Supplementary. It said here such as amalgamation. What else is included in, what else can be included in this type of a restructuring grant? Is there other forms of restructuring that is available in a grant such as this? Because it says such as, just curious if there's other forms of restructuring that are included in this grant.
Under the Alberta Community Partnership Program, there are two different types of grants. One is the municipal restructuring, and the first part of that grant is the Phase 1, Phase 2, of mostly to plan and complete studies and reports, etc. Under the restructuring, then it moves into, you could probably say, Phase 3 and Phase 4, provided that the amalgamation goes through. So Phase 3 would be the transitional stream. Funding would be available to help the new municipality move through everything that needs to be done in order to transition to the new municipality. Then the Phase 4 would be the infrastructure debt servicing stream. That funding is used to, in part, an assessment and also from that assessment determine funding priorities. The second grant available under the ACP is what they call municipal cooperation and mediation. That's usually reserved for when two municipalities are negotiating, for example, intermunicipal collaborative framework bylaws, or any other type of agreement that they are using to provide services to the region or both municipalities. And that's currently all that's available under the ACP, is those two types of grants.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion in regards to the motion that's before us? Or staff recommendation? Look, we don't have a motion, sorry. Councillor Graham, please. You're gonna defer back to Councillor Ratcliffe? Okay, sounds good. Councillor Ratcliffe.
All right. I move that council endorses Clearwater County's 2023-2024 Alberta Community Partnership Grant application in partnership with the Village of Caroline.
For phase 2? Yeah.
Yes, for the phase 2 study.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Any further discussion? No? Oh, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I will hesitantly vote in favor of this because I think it's important that we get the funding that we need in order to continue with this process. And I am, and as I believe all of us are, negotiating in good faith with our village partners. And we do need funding to continue with that process, despite my previous votes against this process. As I've stated publicly many times, we should not be doing an amalgamation process, should be dissolution. And I'm hopeful this will help us continue forward with the amalgamation process that we are currently in.
All right, motion before us. Again, further discussion? If not, call the question. All those in favor? It's carried. All right. So moving forward now to item 9.3 is our procedures bylaw 1177/23, consideration of second and third reading. Ms. Haight, again.
Okay, so as requested by council, directed by council, hopefully the amendments have been made. And hopefully I got it right. If not, well, we'll just have to go back to the drawing board. So did council wish to have me go through the amendments, or?
Looking for consensus, are we good, or do we need to go through the red and amendments? Looking for council direction. Go through, or we're good? I heard we're good. Or do you want to bring up certain areas? Okay, so that sounds great. We will go through certain areas where the councillors have questions.
Okay.
Perfect. I have one question, and I guess I can start off. We have noticed that in the survey that was before, just before Christmas through Elections Alberta, there was questions in regards to partisanship, in regards to municipal governance. And I'm just wondering, where does that land in this procedural bylaw? Because if we have partisanship in our council chambers, where does that land us in the future? Because I believe as a municipal governance, we are supposed to be local to local solutions, local people, without that partisanship. Yes, we carry our own personal views, but when we step in this room, we're supposed to be nonpartisan. So would that be part of our procedural bylaw?
Good question. And I would like to say at this time, to be determined.
Okay.
The review is on I I believe, like the Local Elections Authority Act. And at this time, that act is lightly referenced in the procedural bylaw. So depending on if there are any amendments made and the impact of those amendments, that could bring about changes to the procedural bylaw. Now, if by chance there are amendments to the MGA regarding partisanship politics, then that may have a bigger impact on the procedure bylaw. So it just depends on what happens. And I'm not sure what the mood is amongst councils in other municipalities. So we'll just have to wait and see.
So typically when there's a change, something like that substantial in the MGA or like you say in the Act, most municipalities would have to make those changes effective, whatever pertains, like in our procedural bylaw, that would have to come back quickly for those particular changes to change, right? We don't get a grace period to change it in our procedural bylaw. It's usually enacted as of a certain date, correct?
Yes, that is correct. And also keeping in mind that in the scale, legislation is always above bylaws. So if there is any questions, legislation comes first. So, but yes, you're absolutely correct. There's no grace period. Everything would have to come back to council for updates and for amendments.
Perfect. Questions in regards to procedural bylaw? Anything that council would like? Mr. Ratcliffe, Councilor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. I still have a problem with section 13 around pecuniary interest as being a reason for absence. For example, a few months ago, we debated and passed a policy change which gave us all a raise. And from what is presented here in 13.1 and 13.2 would lead anyone reading that to think that we were in violation of this bylaw to do that. So I would like to see 13.1 and 13.2 removed and replaced with something saying see sections 169 to 173 in the MGA for definition of pecuniary interest. And rather than have this distorted understanding of pecuniary interest.
All right, just looking at Ms. Haight, if you have any clarity or in that regard?
Well, just to note, section 13.1 and section 13.2, and perhaps Lana, I'm sorry, is it possible to bring up the MGA and we can highlight sections 169, 173? Okay. The wording in 13.1 and 13.2 is pretty much verbatim from the Act. Correct. Now, because the bylaw references in the bylaw the particular sections, the reader may have opportunity to do their due diligence and go directly to the Act through the link that is also provided in the bylaw. So the Act is accessible right in the bylaw. References to the applicable sections of the MGA are again right in the bylaw, which then leaves it up to the reader, that if they want to do further research, if they want to get the exact wording from the MGA, it is available to them and they can do their due diligence to do so.
And that's what I'm proposing, is that we send people direct there rather than leave, you know, this small snippet of the actual MGA description.
I see. Just also to note that in the best practice and the guidelines from municipal affairs, one of the recommendations is that a snippet of information is included in the procedure bylaw.
And that's in the MGA?
That's in the guidelines. It's not attached to this agenda item, but it was attached into the last meeting's agenda item. It is the Municipal Affairs Guidelines for Procedure Bylaw. And it is Municipal Affairs recommendation that there be a short section covering pecuniary interest in a procedure bylaw. So that's why we have section 13.1 and 13.2. Just outlining like a brief summary. And as we have up on the screen there, I think, did we find the right ones? Yeah. So as noted up on the screen there. Okay.
All right, Councillor, or Deputy Reeve Melhoff has a question?
Yes, but it's not about this.
Oh, okay, not about this topic?
Yeah, not about this part of mine's in section 16, but
Okay.
I do have a question. If we're gonna dig into the pecuniary interest, are we digging into it? Because then I have a question about it. If we're not digging into it, then I'll leave it alone. So it's up to the team here.
I am satisfied with the suggestion by Municipal Affairs to have a snippet in our procedure bylaw. I believe what's brought forth is something that would be more indicative of this council or any council of this province, that these might be the more issues in that particular section in the MGA, that this might be more this council or any council would be more affected by. So to me, that's just a highlight of what's in the document, that instead of you reading 4 pages, you can refer to this because this is how this has been summarized. But, and if the link is there, you can deep dive into more specifics, or if you want to read more context around it, that's fine. Anybody bringing anything to do with pecuniary interest, I would assume, is taking the full context of what's been written in the MGA regardless. So with that, if they're doing their homework. So in that regard, did you want to have a comment then in regards to pecuniary interest, or are you still?
I'm good with this, but I think that it would also be, if we're gonna add this snippet or whatever, however we're calling it, sorry, this excerpt from it, then 172(1) subsection A might be important then too, that it's up to the councillor to do the disclosing. That it's their choice to disclose that. Just as a.
Right. As a 13.4?
Well, it's
in that regard.
It's kind of in the 13.
13.2
discusses that, but 13.2 subsection A discusses that, but in the 172, it really makes it, I feel, more clear that it is entirely up to the individual to make that disclosure and not up to the team to determine if they do or do not. Okay, not to quote Star Wars, but do or do not. Never mind.
There you go. All right. So there could be a rework of 13.2 into what the MGA has stipulated then is what I'm surmising.
Misreading, and I'm happy to be corrected.
172, section 172.
Yeah, they have it up on the.
Okay. Oh, yes, for sure.
If I may, if it helps. This section here also helps to explain why a councillor may step away and be absent from voting and from discussing.
Yep.
this is the rationale. This section provides the rationale for why a counselor may do so. So that's an additional way to look at as to the reason why this section is in here.
Yep. Councillor Northcott?
Alrighty, no, in my opinion, I think it's appropriate to have this in here. It's short, condensed, and really if you want to dig into it deeper, you can go to the MGA and find more information about pecuniary interest, but it's short. I think it's appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Councillor Ratcliffe?
I'm thinking of a person outside reading this and not wanting to go through all the pages of the MGA, that would feel that we aren't following our own bylaws. You know, like in the case I mentioned of a remuneration increase. And I do like the suggestion by Deputy Reeve Malhoff that other comment is equally important, that it is the councillor's obligation to make that determination and recuse themselves.
There we go. Yeah, I can think of lots of reasons why a pecuniary interest needs to be enforced and needs to be part of, it can get to a lot of gray areas, but it does explain it in black and white as well. So any more comments in regards to the pecuniary interest? If not, I'm going to, Councillor Lougheed?
Really trying to avoid that sound of digging.
Yes.
But, you know, in the world of acts, we have the Municipal Government Act. That's something we use to define and guide much of what we do as politicians. On the other side, we have circus acts and magic acts and things like that. I think we fall somewhere in the middle because the MGA doesn't give us the definition that we need. And people in researching that don't necessarily find the applicable parts. So I think it is good to maybe include it in this meeting procedures document, you know, the applicable acts relating to that so that it's there and clear and it backs up the reason we're including it there and making that emphasis, because it is an area, I think, that has some area of interpretation. And unfortunately, municipal affairs doesn't help us out an awful lot when it comes to some of those more difficult decisions around pecuniary interest.
Agreed. So direction going forward is massage.
To amend the bylaw to add section 172 of the MGA.
Please.
Did I hear right? To section 13.
To section 13. Mm-hmm. We got consensus on that?
That's okay.
Thumbs up, yeah. Okay, thank you. Anything further in the procedures, meeting procedures bylaw? Yes.
I think he was first.
There you go. There you go. Councillor Lougheed.
Third of the chairs.
Alana can confirm that. I'm pretty sure it was you.
Councillor Lougheed.
Not to add to the sound of digging, but back in section 10, recording and live streaming of meetings, I notice the wording chosen there may. Council Committee of the Whole and Council Committee meetings may be recorded. I think we have decided in the past that we shall record. We really don't have that option unless there's some technical difficulty and we can move forward. Am I correct or incorrect in that?
That would be why the word may is inserted in there, because we have had incidents where the live stream is working, but there's been some glitch or technical incident on the YouTube channel, and there is no recording, or the recording is broken. And so rather than saying shall record, the wording in there is may be recorded. But definitely, depending on how you look at it, if it's council's intent to record the meetings, I mean, the wording can definitely be changed to shall, meaning that council's intent is that there shall be a recording. Doesn't necessarily, or it meaning that council shall record, although there's the chance that the recording won't work. If you understand what I'm getting to. And there is a section in here that does speak to technical, yes, section 10.5. So completely up to council. If they want to change that wording may to shall.
Back to you, Councillor Lougheed.
For me, I'm just kind of putting that question out around that one thing, and I understand the intent there. I also want to be able to really advocate of the reason that we live stream our recordings, and that's an effort in additional transparency. There were other ways of accessing public meetings, but this was a way of enhancing that, and I don't want it to sound as though we can change that for no reason, because it just says, well, today we may record it, next time we may not.
Certainly, of course. Another reason why the wording is may as opposed to shall is perhaps council may have to move their meeting. I do remember one instance, and maybe Rick, you can help me remember, for some reason, we had to hold the regular council meeting at the banquet room at, I think, the Walking Eagle. I just can't remember what the reason was for. I think, like, it had something to do with, like, you know, a maintenance. I can't remember if council chambers was flooded or if there was something wrong with the building, and council had to move the meeting to a different location. Now, if that happens, it's unlikely that that meeting will be live streamed or recorded, because all of the technical equipment needed to do that is at another location, and to move it and install it last minute, it would be impossible. So that's another reason why the wording is may as opposed to shall. In the event of council having to move the location of the regular meeting or a meeting, this kind of gives you some leeway.
Councillor Lyon?
With that clarification, I will not be proposing an amendment to that item.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Having dug into 10 now more, why is this shall not be considered an official record and may not be considered an official record? We're for sure not using a recording that people can watch and see as the official record. And yet go back and watch it and or listen to it in order to build the official record. So I'm really not sure why this is not being used as an official record as far as 10.8 goes then.
Okay. As far as legislation goes, the only official record is the recorded minutes. And going, your point to, if you're recording the minutes and going back to the recording to record the minutes, no, that is not how the record keeping is done. The minutes are recorded at point of time. If the live stream, if the recording secretary is going back to live stream or the recording, it is only to confirm. But the minutes are recorded point of time, and they are the official record as per legislation.
Okay.
Did I make that clear?
No, it's clear, and I will choose not to open up the can I would be opening if I said next up. So I'm just not.
Like, the recording secretary shall not rely on the recording of the meeting to record the minutes.
Good practice. Do you have a
Cannot, because in the event that there is a technical difficulty or the recording is broken, then like they're up the river.
Yep.
So
Set the shovel down. Where in our procedures or where in our policy do we define how detailed our minutes are? Because what I've seen and looking past through the minutes of Clearwater County or Municipal District of Clearwater meetings forever, it's really been kind of a summary of motions and maybe a bit of reference if an individual entered the room or left the room. Never in as much detail as I know has come to play that has been used by that recorded thing to get kind of, for lack of a better word, a transcript of the conversations that happened in the room. And there has been that, I know in the last couple of years, there has been that's actually came to pass. If the only official record then is, how have we defined how much minutes we take in these meetings?
as per legislation, the minutes are to be recorded without note or comment. Basically, what that means is that all that's recorded in the minutes is council's motion, whether it's carried or defeated. Best practice, guidelines for municipal affairs is that minutes should also include who was present, who was absent with regrets or with no excuse. Having a headline of the topic discussed, a subject line, so to speak. And minutes must record who is declaring a pecuniary interest or a conflict of interest. And best practice is that when that counselor recuses themselves, that the time is recorded when they leave the room. And also, if there is another reason why a member of council steps out of the meeting room, the time is recorded when they leave and when they arrive. And the purpose for that is so that it's evident that quorum is maintained throughout the whole meeting. So to answer your question, it is in legislation, and it is also in municipal affairs guidelines for recording minutes.
Subsequent?
If I can, so in the olden days, before
Yes.
live stream recording, then you would have required on a statement from individuals within the room to give that level of detail of what was said and what was not said? Are we still at that point then?
It depended on the council of the day, depended on the CAO of the day. Some municipalities, really all they did was just record the motion and whether it was carried or defeated. Other administrators may have requested that, no, they want to have, a summary of what was said. It just depended on council and on the administrator, the CAO. So throughout Clearwater County's history, you will, as you go through the minutes, some of them are in great detail, and some of them are very just minimum detail, like the required detail. It just depends.
If I may, I would like to interrupt in this particular conversation, because this was part of my original 2017 campaign, was I was campaigning for live stream, because as a resident, I couldn't come every second Tuesday to come and listen to the discussion, because I wasn't necessarily interested in the motion. I was interested in the discussion, in how these councillors were discussing and where they voted, because really and truthfully, it was like if it was defeated or carried, that was it. You didn't know who was voting how, and in that instance. And if I did go back to my counselor to ask any questions, it would be, well, just read the minutes. Well, I want the details. So hence, to me, you know, and we have all said, the digital world is transforming, you know, exponentially, and we all carry our own computers now. And so if I want to be in my truck and listening to the live stream as I'm driving to wherever I want, that's an opportunity for our residents to have those communications. So I understand well and where the shall and the may be, but I feel our procedure bylaws are part, well, COVID has actually driven that digital component where it never has before. So I think we're doing our best. I know of some counties who live stream but don't record it. So you're either watching it in the moment and that's it. And but they do carry on their minutes and with the motions and in that particular way. But other than that, we're doing over and above my opinion. So as far as this, to help our residents. Any further to that? Yes, no?
No,
'Cause I'm
other
gonna-
people are waiting,
Yep,
patiently
that's
waiting
fair.
their turns.
Okay, on this, are you on last street comment? Okay, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Totally with you, 100%, love the live stream. I think that actually it should be in the MGA that it's mandatory. And it should be in the MGA that it is considered an official record, because if we can use it against somebody in a code of conduct, it should be on the official record. Otherwise, we should use the minutes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ackroft, is this on the live stream or we're gonna go dive into a different section?
No, I wanted to comment on this because it was something I had flagged.
Okay.
And was going to leave.
Okay.
But I have to agree with Deputy Reeve Melhoff, like even the section before says that the live stream, the recording can be described and used in connection with any litigation, audit or investigation, which to me says it's an official record. I also had the opportunity to ask a lawyer this question, and the response was that yes, the recorded sessions would be considered an official record or part of the official record.
So we are fine with leaving the wording as is for this particular section 10, correct? Or do we want change? Well,
The MGA says we have to, so.
yes.
I just don't agree with the MGA. But the MGA says that's how it is.
So an opportunity then to talk to maybe our RMA representatives and get them to get things changed, or maybe an opportunity to talk to their cohorts of AV munis too as well with some of this. So, and that might be maybe not necessarily for this particular term, but might be for 2025, the next council round, so.
Because they look at the MGA periodically, like when do they
The
Write it.
MGA is not very, other than the fact I would suggest that 2000, unless there's substantial changes, they don't like to open up the MGA unless there's a long list, a laundry list. And, but maybe I can turn the floor back to CEO Emmons. Maybe with his history, he's known how many times the MGA book has changed, or Ms. Haight.
Very few. The province will send out sporadic amendments for updates, but as far as a review in the last 25 years, I'd say twice, maybe. It's not often. But they will send out sporadic amendments, and that's usually just clarification quotes on certain phrases that I've found.
There we go. All right, any other sections in this procedure bylaw that we would like Ms. Haight to look at? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. 16.5, we dug really deeply into this at the last meeting. Can we just confirm how that works? Like if you're gonna change your vote, can we confirm what we've changed in here and how it would work now? I just know we had quite the lengthy discussion on this, so I wanted to confirm where we landed.
Okay, so I believe that this section makes allowances for a council member who perhaps in the heat of the moment, or perhaps if they were having a nap, or it makes allowances, gives opportunity for a member to change their vote. And there are two chances to change your vote. One is before the chair declares the results. So the script would be the chair asks the question, then everybody raises their hands, the chairs or asks the questions in favor, asks the questions opposed, hands are raised. If a councillor member just realized, oh, I didn't understand, I got it wrong, they at that moment can ask to change their vote. And it could be just a simple okay. Now, if the chair declares the result of the vote and the council member realizes that they voted incorrectly, they do have several ways in which they can follow through with changing their vote. So, the member requests to change their vote. The requested change does not alter the vote results. So, if the vote is carried and the council member who voted in opposition is asking to change his vote, that does not change the result because the vote was passed. And the request is granted by general consent or by a majority vote. So those three criteria are met. After the chair declares the result, the council member can change their vote. If, for whatever reason, and going to 16.6, if the requested change would alter the vote results, there is an avenue in rules of procedure to the member may move to reconsider the original vote, and then you would refer to subsection 14.23 in the bylaw, which is reconsideration of motion. And then you would follow the rules for doing that. Yes, no, maybe?
Supplementary?
Yeah.
Where, because when I go to voting section of the MGA, it only covers like elections votings and like changing your bylaws during an election time frame and like that kind of stuff, but not actual like motions of council. So where is this referenced in legislation?
This isn't legislation. This is like Robert's rules.
But we pick and choose what we like of Robert's rules, right? So I don't like this. I don't like that you can look around and see who put their hand up and who didn't, and then change your mind before the Reeve calls the question, like before they declare who, like I don't like that you can change it.
Okay.
And unless you bring another motion forward, like you're suggesting in 14.23, which I think needs to have a time frame put on it, but like what's suggested in 14.23, but I don't think during the vote itself, you should get to be like, oh, 4 of my friends were in favor for this, I better be in favor for it too, or I can be okay, I can be against it now because it's gonna pass anyway. Like, you should be committed in
yes,
your vote.
there are good, bad scenarios where this could be used. That is certain, for sure.
I just don't like it.
Would you suggest removing 16.5 entirely and just leaving it as of 14.23 in that motion that we consider if a councillor wishes to change that vote, original vote, that would be, go ahead. Sorry. Deputy Reeve Miller.
I'd like the opportunity for us to talk about it because maybe I'm the only one who sees this as a problem, and then maybe it's something I just need to have therapy over. But if I'm not the only one that sees this as an issue, then we need to have a deeper discussion to see if this section stays in here, especially since it's not legislated that we need to have this as a clause. It'd be different if, like the other one, in the 10.8, you said, no, it's legislated that way. Like the book has not caught up to technology. Okay, cool. This isn't legislated, so we can have the conversation about it.
Councillor Light.
Thank you. And I think this kind of works part and parcel with that concept of a recorded vote when we have a live streamed and recorded thing as well, because 16.5 really only goes with, hey, I'm trying to grandstand here. Frankly, I'm going to say it that way. Oh, I want to make sure that I'm the one that's not voting with the majority of council. I have no consequence other than to be different. And it looks like I want to go back and change my vote so I can. I have a trouble with that one. I would assume, following Robert's rules, that anytime any of these are reintroduced, you could always ask for a recorded vote in that process too, or if you're going to reconsider a vote, was the motion to record, use it as a recorded vote? Would that be reintroduced again, or are you going off? I mean, this is a procedural thing, but we get faced with these challenges all the time. If we're kind of starting with a procedures bylaw that doesn't define that, maybe we should put some definition, or else eliminate the possibility of going back in circles.
If I may ask for some clarification, recorded votes is different than reconsidering votes.
But what I'm saying is, okay, I'll use an example maybe for clarification. So we have a vote coming before us. An individual may think that the majority of council is going to vote with him or her, and that vote occurs, and he finds that the majority of council didn't vote with him or her. In that case, they may have asked for a recorded vote ahead of time so they could show, wherever each individual sat. Now, if you go back into this and say, well, I want to change my vote, or I want to re-vote on this, then that allows you to introduce that concept of a recorded vote again? Does that wasn't introduced ahead of time, or vice versa? I'm not explaining myself. I know that. I guess the recorded vote concept was used very little in my experience before this last term here, and that has been something I think that people feel very strongly about, that they can demonstrate how they voted on a number of things, even though it is on the live stream. And
yeah, so if a recorded vote is desired, the request to record votes must be made before the voting takes place. That must be documented in the minutes.
okay, so now we kickstart it again and say, oh, I want to re-vote. I want to change my mind, or I want to have the vote reconsidered again. Does that allow for that? Is it an opportunity for that to be, if somebody saw that this particular motion didn't go the way they believed they were, and they did want to stand alone in their support or their non-support of that, does that reintroduce an opportunity to recorded vote then?
I believe the answer would be yes, but also just if they want to change their vote after the chair has declared the result of the vote, they have to go through those 3 requirements. So it's not so easy to do. Like, no, the sections in this bylaw outline specific steps to take it's not like a council member can just, oh, I just want to request my vote or change my vote. After the vote result is declared, there are specific criteria to be met. If that can't be met, then the council member can request to do to reconsider the motion, which then falls under procedures for reconsidering. So
I guess, Madam Chair.
Yes,
if I
go
can,
ahead.
I'm trying to understand the value of 16.5, because 16.5 essentially says, I want to change my mind, but it's not going to affect the vote. That's what they're saying, and so that would be the only way that could be brought in. If 3 or 4 other people decided to change their vote, that would change the vote result, right? So it's really just for that individual that's coming back and saying, oh yeah, I want to, I've changed my mind, I want to be distinct from the decision of council. And I think we want to place an importance on, having that debate ahead of time, not after the decision is being made. And I can see the need to reconsider a vote, but I don't necessarily see the idea behind 16.5.
Okay.
And well, in 14.23 does reconsideration, sorry, Chair.
Yep. Okay, so the distinction was change versus reconsider.
Yeah.
Right, so that's, I believe that's what you were talking about, right? Reconsideration versus changing. Because you want to reconsider your vote versus change. And so what I'm asking you directly then, Councillor Lougheed, is your suggestion would be to eliminate this entirely and just consider reconsideration. And that the councillors sitting around this table are then accountable for their decision, their vote, at the time of the vote, other than reconsideration. So the only way a councillor could reconsider or could change their vote is through reconsideration, not just to change on the fly, in the moment, et cetera, et cetera. That's the way I'm looking at. I agree with you. I agree with how you've, I agree with how everything would proceed with this. But I'm just trying to boil it down. I don't want to boil the ocean. I'm trying to boil it down to which compartment that change or that reconsideration would happen. It's box A or box B. It's not a melch of the two for procedure. Okay, so I'm gonna get, or do you want to take a? Okay, I'll let you.
From my view,
yeah.
I don't think I'm going to introduce a motion to reconsider my vote and vote the same. That doesn't make sense.
So
I vote yes. I would like to reconsider my vote. I'm going to vote yes.
But the reconsideration of votes
unless you
is,
think,
yep.
You've got the hand signals wrong with the remainder of council, or the bribes didn't follow their way down. I don't know why you would want to go to that point.
But as outlined in the procedures bylaw, any reconsideration of motion, there is a definite process in how to do that in 14.2 and 14.23. So with that, so literally it's not in that moment, they have to follow that process for reconsideration. That's where I'm like, anyways.
The chair has always had that ability
discretion.
to, if they believe there was something, if somebody was, didn't understand whether it was voting in the affirmative or the negative on there, the chair always has had that opportunity to, bring that clarification back forward. I just don't know if this can be somewhat problematic. It's not that big a deal, but I thought it might be worth a tiny conversation. So I appreciate the I appreciate the indulgence.
Okay, still on 16.5? Okay, Councillor Northcott?
16.4, but.
Oh, 16.4, okay.
It's right there.
Yep.
I guess, in the event that there's new councillors one day sitting at this table, sometimes the way the motions are presented they have to always be in the positive. It can lead to a confusing kind of mindset, because it's in a positive. You don't support it, right? But it, so to have that, to be able to have that opportunity to correct your vote if you were, did have a second of confusion, just the way that the motions are made sometimes. But just a question for administration. How many times in the past have you ever seen, like, have you seen where councillors have changed their vote, and very often? Is it a regular occurrence or not that often?
I have seen it. No, it's not a regular occurrence, but it has happened.
Thanks.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff. Oh,
Sorry.
sorry.
Sorry, if I may add, all completely, like, no grandstanding involved, all completely innocent. Like it was said, just a moment of confusion, not quite understanding what that motion entailed, what it meant, and just the members have voted, and then so I have seen it. Just just a sliver of a moment there where they're just confused. So yes, it has happened, but not often by any means.
Awesome. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I would really like to see 16.4 and 16.5 gone entirely. There's an opportunity to do a reconsideration in section 14. I don't see this being needed. I also know that the two Reeves that I've been lucky enough to work with ensure that there is as much clarity as can be possibly done, and even a misvote if the two hands, we've done that once or twice. We've had that as a mistake, and we've declared a misvote, and we do her again. Like I think there's other opportunities, and I would like to see 16.4 and 16.5 gone, and just have the reconsideration available.
Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you. This is, going way deeper than what I thought, but the other difficulty I have with this is I don't believe it sets a time frame. So maybe it's at the adoption of those minutes at the next regular meeting, or maybe never, that somebody can come back, you know what? With hindsight, I don't like how I voted there, and I want to open that question up again. I don't think this excludes that kind of action or suggestion or request of council. And I don't even know if council through this can even really say, no, we don't want to go back and revisit all the decisions we made over the last number of months or years even. I'm just not sure if that opens that door to.
And no, 16.4 and 16.5 would not open that door to revisit votes that were taken at previous meetings. This is just strictly at the moment before the chair declares the result, or the vote results, or immediately after the chair declares the vote results. This does not apply to previous motions passed. If that then would fall under a motion to reconsider. If
Like
but
I say,
no.
that motion to reconsider, that there is no time frame on that, or is there?
Yeah,
So-
in 14.23.
Okay.
22 is 14.22.
Yeah.
There's the timeline.
Yeah, there's three requirements there under section 14.23. That would apply.
Is there any further discussion in regards to this 16.4, 16.5? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Do you need a motion to that effect, requesting it to be removed and see what the team thinks, or how do we go forward?
What for?
We're just reviewing the draft. If council, agrees to amend it and amend this bylaw by removing 16.4, 16.5, it would be the same, like the motion would be that council amends the draft bylaw to remove those sections and yeah, like that's all that would be required, like at the end of your discussion.
I just know that if it's not something we all agree on, individual
Right.
amendments become important, so.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any further sections in the procedure bylaw that we wish to discuss or make comment on? I appreciative of the schedules at the back as far as detailed motion, detail of the different kinds of motions, and of course the notice of motion. That was very well laid out as per our discussion. I know things can get quite lengthy, but if sometimes more details is, more information is better than not enough. Left for interpretation. Anything else? Councillor Ratcliffe, sorry.
Thank you, Reeve. I didn't comment, but to me, some of these sections really don't add anything that around the 16s. I do like this. It really does help clarify things. I'm a little confused around the notice of motion in this process, that could you kind of run through that for me?
That would
In
be
section 15?
section 15. Sure. Okay.
Especially 15.2. And,
So it's especially section 15.2?
well, and then there's counselor-sponsored notices of motion as well.
Right. At the last meeting, council amended the bylaw to clarify section 15, notices of motion. And I did expand it a little bit more than what was originally suggested. Just to make sure that it was perfectly clear that there are two steps. The first step is if a council member wishes to give notice that they are going to make a motion at a future meeting. If a councillor is going to give notice, then these are the steps that that are followed. And there's a Schedule C, like a form, a template that the council member can fill out if they intend to give notice at a meeting that they're going to make a motion at a future meeting. So now, so that's step one, giving notice. Step two is making the motion. And that involves, that starts at section 15.9. Yeah. That then, when the council member, at that future meeting, when the council member is now going to make their motion, they will have filled out form Schedule D. And that becomes the councillor-sponsored motion. So the first form, Schedule C, is the notice. That's like advertising, hey.
So it's a notice of a notice.
No, no. Schedule C form is the notice. The council member is advertising. They're letting council and administration know that I am going to make a motion, like this motion, at a future meeting. I'm not going to make it today, I am just gonna tell you that I'm going to make one. That's what the notice is for. The notice is giving everybody a heads up. So if you have an idea, or maybe you've got a plan for something, like a great idea that you want council to do, you have to give council a heads up. And to do so, you have to give notice of your idea, meaning your idea is a motion. So that's the first step, is that you give everybody a heads up. And that's what this form is for. This is your notice.
Okay, so as I read this, if I want to make a notice of motion, I need to fill out this form, and then that will appear at on the next agenda
No?
as a notice of motion.
Okay, yes. It will appear on the meeting that you are going to give the notice.
Okay.
That you're gonna make the notice, like give notice.
So I file a notice that I am going to make a notice of motion.
No, you give notice that you are going to make a motion at a future meeting.
Tell them you're
Okay.
making, tell them you're gonna throw a snowball. Make the snowball. And the third, then throw the snowball. No?
Okay.
That only made sense in my head. All right.
Well, so,
Made sense to me.
okay, so the notice of motion goes into the agenda at a subsequent meeting.
Yes. Just your notice of motion, the form you sent.
We're looking at the form itself, because it says, right, member proposed this following motion to be considered at whatever date of the regular meeting, so.
Yeah. So I'm looking at Schedule C and the notice of motion form.
Okay.
And it says here that this form must be completed and submitted to the CAO and to the Reeve 7 business days prior to the meeting that you want to give the notice. This is your notice. So you have to fill this out, and then you have to send it to the CAO and to the Reeve 7 days before the meeting that you want to give this notice.
And what is the purpose of that? What's the benefit?
The benefit of giving notice is that it lets administration know in case your idea or your motion, in case your motion is already being worked on. It also gives the Reeve an opportunity to maybe, I'll just put it bluntly, like perhaps maybe it's a nonsensical motion that you want to make. Perhaps it's like just something totally off the wall. By giving notice, that gives the counselor opportunity, or that gives administration and the Reeve opportunity to look at it. And if there's a problem with it, if your motion doesn't meet legislation, if it doesn't meet county policy, or if it goes against a county bylaw, then there's opportunity to speak with that council member and say, hey, there's a problem with this motion that you want to make at a future meeting. And we don't think, you know, like it's necessary to do this, or this totally against all laws and regulations. It gives opportunity to discuss and to talk about it, ask questions, and really decide if that council member wants to make that motion.
Okay, but the notice of motion doesn't permit anything other than the motion itself. So couldn't that be done between the notice of motion and the actual motion being read?
The way I'm just sorry to interrupt, and just the way I read that, Councillor Ratcliffe, is there's an opportunity for this to go like Ms. Hayes said, right? It comes to CO, comes to Reeve, and there's an opportunity to have that discussion to say, well, you know what? I'd like an opportunity to have a book club that has cannabis use located at such and such a thing, and it's like, that's my motion. I want to do something like that. So there's an opportunity there for the CEO to go, oh, well, you realize you're breaking this policy, you're breaking this bylaw, blah, 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 blah. And it actually defers, it actually gives the councillor more information to say, oh, I'm going to tweak my motion then, or I'm going to withdraw it. Versus having it presented as a last minute at a council meeting. I like to create this notice of motion, of which then administration would not have had an opportunity to look at your notice of motion, or administration has a, or this council, and it's more to save that time of, okay, now that you've expended it, I want to withdraw it on a, if it comes forth, I'll just say it's looked before it goes into, you know, it gets a bit of an approval, I'll just say to go in the meeting agenda, then there's an opportunity then at that point in time, like that's the Schedule D, to come back forth with your next one. It is a step process, much like Deputy Reeve Melhoff has talked about, like grab the snow, make the snowball, launch the snowball, you know, there's those steps involved. We're trying to streamline this in a process, and we're not gonna get this perfect right off the hop. We know this is a great first step in all this. I think we need to try it and not be perfect out the bat, because I don't think we're gonna get it perfect out the bat. So I think we're gonna have to tweak this going forward, so.
But all the steps you mentioned can happen between presenting the notice of motion and actually reading the motion.
I think a notice of motion doesn't
this
ask
adds
for a
more
decision.
steps.
Well, a notice of motion is never determined, correct? There's no, when a notice of motion is presented, it is not voted on or in such a way, but it is a way to, in my opinion, to, it's a courtesy call. That's what it is. It's a courtesy call to the rest of your councillors to say, this is what I would like to bring up. That's really what it is, the extra step. So I'm going to go to you, Councillor Loughy, because I know you've got some experience in
you
this.
covered much of what I was hoping to say. I am supportive of having this in there. I think it adds a bit of structure around the notice of motion, which was difficult to understand. And I think it makes it a more useful tool, although it's maybe a little more drawn out, the process. We still have a number of processes such, for instance, I was ready to propose a number of amendments to the meeting procedures thing. You guys have no secret that I've suggested land acknowledgement should be a discussion we have at some point in time. A disruptive process would be for me to introduce that as an amendment to this document. It might be great to have that short discussion, but I don't think it gives a full and wholesome discussion that I think bringing everybody in. I know administration is working diligently to bring that back to us at some point in time, and then we can have that full and wholesome discussion rather than kind of shoehorning it into a busy agenda or a busy thing. So I can see where notice of motion has been somewhat disruptive in the past and hasn't really, I think, given us the positive and wholesome discussion that we hope to have when we make decisions as a council. So anyway,
Thank you for that. No, that's a great example with that. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I agree, Councillor Radcliffe, this does add a layer of, there's no other word for it other than red tape, but it does give written confirmation of the notices coming, so that, rather than it just be, here's the piece of paper, I wrote it on the fly, it does give that piece of it at least. I'm open to try it, let's see how it goes. Hoping these documents are fluid enough that if this isn't working, we can change it, because I agree, this absolutely adds another layer that may or may not be actually beneficial. So we can give her a shot and see what happens.
Any follow-up, Councillor Radcliffe?
I just had one more thing on this, and that is on the councillor-sponsored motion form. The councillor would be required to identify where this funding is coming from, and, you know, that I think is beyond the bounds of governance.
I believe that's just a standard agenda template that has just been structured a little bit around that, and that might be an opportunity to have that where it says staff resource required. So it's an opportunity to, as we all do, is when we do our homework, we're looking at other arrangements, and that could be a conversation with the CAO before it is actually published. So it might be an opportunity to have that, or it's left blank, and that it could be part of that discussion when it is brought forward. Ms. Hay.
Yes, just it's just additional information that would be helpful in discussing and debating the motion that comes to council. Depending on the motion, none of those may apply, or maybe one out of the three. It just depends on what the motion is. And when it comes to financial budget implications, council members are familiar with the budget, and if they're proposing something that they know that is not already in the budget, you know, then they could check the applicable box. Again, filling out this form is so wholly dependent on what the motion is. So it may be required to check off some of the boxes, or may not be required.
So what is put before us is basically a suggested template going forward. Again, as we've mentioned, as we get into these, if you know there's more of them, then we may want to alter them as we see fit.
Yeah. And yes, definitely, these can be amended.
Correct.
As whatever council wishes.
Perfect. Thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, for me, there's many parts of this we may not know, but the big one is we have no idea what the staff recommendation would be. If this is a private member's bill that we are building ourselves and presenting, I'd like to consider myself clairvoyant, but my crystal ball doesn't work. So the staff recommendation thing, I don't think we would be able to actually achieve that.
No, and perhaps maybe I should just, for CAO use, maybe I should add that there.
Okay.
Because once the counselor submits this to the CAO will look at it, and he will provide a recommendation.
Okay, because yeah,
So
we would have no way of knowing.
I can add in there for CAO
Office
use.
use,
Yeah.
something, because,
Yeah.
yeah, I'd have no way of knowing if you guys were
Yeah, no,
yay or nay.
that intended for CAO use.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. All right. Anything further in our procedure of bylaw? Any of the sections? Then I guess we'd have a motion to the effect that we would bring back the amendments as discussed. Okay. Okay, Deputy Reeve Malhoff?
I'm comfortable moving second reading with the amendments as discussed.
Motion to approve second reading with amendments. Yes, go ahead, Ms. Hay.
If I may just clarify those amendments, I have adding section 172 of the MGA to the, I think it was section 13, or, yeah, to the pecuniary interest.
Yes. Section 13.
And then removing subsections 16.4 and 16.5, removing those. And then adding CAO use in the Schedule D template. So those three amendments.
Okay. Anything further?
Thank you.
Councillor Northcott.
So 16.4. So that gives through confusion or anything like that, through a vote, because the motions are brought. I'll say it all over again. Confusion may happen if the motion is brought forward for, say, a new councillor in the future at this table. But they're always made in the positive, right? So there's that. It does. I've witnessed it myself sitting here. So I know the gentleman at the EOEP course in Edmonton, he explained it really well. But to have that opportunity to be able to change your vote, so to take 16.4 out doesn't give that opportunity to say, shoot, I think I made a mistake. I'd like to, that wasn't clear on the motion. So taking 16.4 out then would allow a councillor to not correct that, right?
Okay. Deputy Reeve Malhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Would that not be covered, and maybe I'm wrong, Councillor Northcott, but would that not be covered in 16.7?
I would also like to add, like if we're removing 16.4 and 16.5, section 16.6 and 16.7 would also have to be removed.
Why? Why?
Because it is regarding change in the vote results.
So 16.6 I can understand because it's covered in 14.23, but 16.7,
You
we've
would-
had lots of times where the chair has had to confirm. I don't see why.
I've done it myself.
Exactly. I thought that was the opportunity for the chair to confirm the vote if there was confusion, the two-hand thing or whatever. 16.6 I understand because it's covered in 14.23, so absolutely, I recognize that would be removed. But 16.7, it's always the discretion of the chair. And that would cover Councillor Northcott's concern, or at least I would assume, I believe it does.
If I could use an example, as chair, you try to catch everybody's hand as it goes up and down. There's sometimes overlap and you may get a 4-3 or a 3-4 wrong. And so as chair, you need that ability to, let's go back, let's re-clarify how you voted. Or I think, it'd be an opportunity for an individual councillor. They said, sorry, I didn't understand that. Or even 5 minutes later, sorry, chair, I didn't understand what the intricacies of that vote or the amendments to that vote or where we were on that. You get the clarification, the chair can call for a revote. Again, I think there is a need for that, I think.
16.7.
And I don't think that would be something that council would, if a chair was using that inappropriately, I think they would get a point of order very quickly and,
Yes.
I don't think it's something that can be abused. I think it's something that allows for that wholesome discussion and the confidence that as you raise your hand to vote, that if something came up that you were incorrect in that you would have the opportunity to reconsider, not something that's procedural where it could delay the meeting day or keep pressing the red button or whatever. I see value in 16.7.
Councillor Northcott?
Ready? Yeah, 16.7 just looks like full authority would be in the chair, where 16.4 does give some you know, to the member to actually request, right? So 16.7 is just strictly by the chair. There's no request that could be made by the member, like in 16.4.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Sorry, thank you, Reeve. I think that yes, it's at the discretion of the chair, but I really do think the counselor will take the opportunity to converse with the chair, even at the time that the vote, seconds after the vote, et cetera, to have that conversation, and it gives the ability for the understanding then to happen. I don't think it simply removes the counselor in general. I think they can have the conversation with the chair and the team.
Councillor Northcott?
I think 16.4 would give that opportunity, right? Leaving 16.4, but because then it leaves that open for that dialogue to happen amongst all of council, and you know, but just that's my two cents on it.
Councillor Graham, sorry.
I would agree with Councillor Northcott in this, because if we were to remove 16.4 and 16.5, then 16.7, the way that I read it, it's if the chair like misses the count or something. It's not like if we remove 16.4 and 16.5, then councillors have no right to say like I want to change my vote, because that's what those 2 points are saying. And I would agree that's what they taught us in EOEP as well, that was best practice to have it in here. I see your guys' concerns 100% too, but I personally would like it to stay in here.
16.4. And 5, you would like to see both stay in, okay. Okay, I want to limit discussion now, because we've been beating this bear, so anyways, Councillor Lougheed?
Discussion too, but I don't have an issue with 16.4, because that's kind of, oh, I thought we were voting on this.
Right.
And I think we've all probably seen that happen on occasion. 16.5 is kind of different. After you've declared it, then you're thinking back after coffee and thinking, oh, I don't know if I agree with that now. Or heaven forbid that any of us would do this to try and draw more attention that they're not with the rest of council. So that's why I see the problem with 16.5.
16.5, okay. Deputy Reeve Melhoff, I'll just make my.
Thank you, Reeve. Back to my original question. Do we need a motion for amendment, especially considering that council is not unanimous on the amendment, on the changes? That way individual councillors have the ability to vote on the proposed amendments, and should that pass or fail, they can then vote with the document as a whole after the amendments have been individually voted on.
That is a question to administration. Would that be a way of clarity? Yes? Go ahead, Ms. Hayton.
Certainly, like, if a member wishes to make a motion, move a motion, for sure, whatever that member wishes, definitely.
Councillor Northcott?
Alrighty, I'm just thinking in the event to myself, if I did make a genuine mistake and I wanted to change my vote, hey, apologize, I made the mistake. And you would really have to deal with the public perception, you know, if you were doing it not for a genuine reason or for whatever, if you're gonna have to, the public perception's there that, you know, you did this or that. But if it was a genuine mistake, like, oh man, should I make an error and I would like to correct that, that's my thoughts behind it.
Okay. So, Councillor Graham?
I was just gonna ask Councillor Lougheed, if we were to add in to 16.5 something like after the chair declares after the chair declares the result of the vote before the next agenda item is started or something like that, would that bring peace of mind at all? So that there is a timeline, you can't hang out at lunch and argue over lunch and then come back and change it. Would that change your guys' perspectives at all?
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
For me, there's still a process for reconsidering in section 14. So for the ease of moving the meeting forward, I'll make a motion to amend the meeting procedures bylaw to remove 16.4, 16.5, and 16.6.
So we have a motion before us to move 16.4, 16.5, and 16.6. To remove them from this bylaw. So anyways, go ahead, Ms. McLean.
Sorry, I turned the wrong mic on. Thank you. There was already a motion on the table for second reading, if I may.
That's true.
Or perhaps we could get clarification on that motion, though, if you'd like to remove part of that motion you originally made.
The motion was made by.
By me.
So
So I have the ability to withdraw that motion. And since we're not united on the amendments, I think it is appropriate that we would vote on the amendments, just for transparency, et cetera. So I would withdraw my previous motion and cast the new motion of removing 16.4, 16.5, and 16.6 in the meeting procedures bylaw, leaving 16.7 and ensuring that 14.23 is still in place.
All right. So we are going to, as suggested, Deputy Reeve Meloff has made a specific amendment to this procedure bylaw before we are proceeding to second or third reading. So we're going to vote on the removal of 4, 5, 16, 4, 16, 5, 16, 6. Are we clear? Any discussion? I will call a vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion's defeated. Any subsequent motions to this particular? I see the value of having 16.4 there but with the change. I'm okay with taking out 16.5, 16.6, and I feel that before the chair declares the vote result, to me it's like you're confirming the motion, right? Before we are confirming, like, to me that's the key. The key there is that the chair is confirming the motion that's been put before the vote is there. As far as changing, it's not a done deal. So right now it is staying in the procedure bylaw because it's been defeated, unless there's something that people want to, a councillor that would like to change that motion, or what I'm looking for consensus on, or maybe a discussion on, is would this council look at removing just 16.5 and 16.6, leaving 16.4? Anybody would like to discuss this? No discussion?
Your light didn't turn on. You hit your light, but it didn't turn on.
Councillor Northcott.
Okay, Councillor Graham actually said it well, to add to 16.5 if there was that time frame, before the next agenda item, just to put a time frame on it.
Ms. Haight?
What about immediately after the chair declares the result of the vote?
Immediately?
Immediately after the chair declares the result of the vote.
Yes, because there's a time frame in there that's specific. Would that suffice? That's it. For 16.5.
Yeah, for 16 point.
Immediately after the chair declares the result of the vote. That is the first word. I can understand I know where your concerns are going, so that's fine. I get it. Deputy Reeve Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve. I believe in democracy. I lost my amendment. That's fine. But I don't support adding immediately to this either. At the end of the day, you've seen the way your teammates are going to vote. That is caucusing. It's just the same as asking them around the water cooler how to vote. You just watched how your teammates are voting. To me, it's no different at that point because you've now seen how they're voting. Even though I'm sure that 99.9% of the time, this will be used with no malice, will be used without that as the reason, that doesn't mean that it can't be used as a political ploy and with malice in mind. It's no different than talking about your vote around the water cooler.
Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you for that comment, but there is a difference in that this action is transparent. It's before those people watching or before the public in the room. That's the difference there between, you know, a discussion on a telephone call or around the water cooler, an email, something like that.
Councillor Northcott?
Alrighty. Well, and for the voting process, there are, you know, milliseconds. You can see from one side of your eye to the other side on roughly how many councillors are voting sort of which way. But to truly have a, you know, is either secret ballot or have some sort of lighting system that was covered and either push your red button or your green button and then it's revealed, you know, at the time of the, because that really, right, because you know, I vote that way, and I'm sure everybody here does, but to truly have an unknown vote would be to have a covered thing, and you would push the red button or the green button, would be revealed and lit up. So
Do the count.
yeah.
Count to 7. There you go. All right. I'm gonna just actually go over to Councillor Cermak. You've been pretty quiet in all this. I would like to know your
My
perspective.
view on it?
Yes, please.
I don't see anything wrong with any in 16 whatsoever.
Okay.
What harm is it doing in there? It's giving people direction. If you don't like direction, then maybe you shouldn't be here.
So I guess the opportunity was to fair comments. Thank you for that. But was reason this is a great discussion to be discussing exactly just that. So with that, no, that's good. That there's direction. That's the way you feel in regards to how a member may change their vote. I guess what Deputy Reeve Melhoff is going to suggest, telepathy, I think, or whatever. Go ahead, I'll let you.
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor Cermak, I absolutely agree with you, but if you don't know how you're voting, maybe you shouldn't be here either. Why change it after? Commit to it the first time.
But there is always a chance that a person may have not understood it correctly. And as soon as you vote, you did understand it.
And there's a process for that.
And I think you should be given that right to do that.
And there's a process for that.
Yeah, in 14.3.
Yeah.
Or 14.2.
Section 14.
14.2.
14.23.
Yeah.
Or whatever number it is.
Which is staying.
So what is this hurting if it's already before? It's just reasserting it here.
Not exactly. Because you have to go through a whole process to reconsider a vote.
I think it just makes it clear what it says in 14.
They're two different processes.
Yeah, they're two very different things.
Yeah,
For
so-
sure.
So with that.
But it does clear it.
Yes. All right. I'm gonna declare a 10-minute break here. We need to just have a quick break, and we'll come back in 10 minutes at 2:40. And welcome back. We just had a quick break and now continuing on with our discussion in regards to the procedure bylaw. And we were discussing removing 16.4, 5, and 6, which was defeated. There was a motion that was defeated. And now looking for any more information, I will go to Councillor Graham.
I'd like to make a motion that we add the word immediately to 16.5, so it would read, immediately after the chair declares the result of the vote, a member may change their vote subject to, etc.
All right, any discussion on that? The addition of that word. I'm gonna bring in minutes, so. Anyways, see no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor of adding immediately to 16.5? Those opposed? That is carried. Okay. No, we had a few other addition or amendments. Did you want any? Anybody want to add? I think we had two other amendments to this procedure bylaw, and we were going to make motions on. Correct, Deputy Reeve? We were going to. That was what you had suggested, correct? That was that we were going to make motions to all the amendments, and then that way we're.
In particular, the 16s, just because I know we didn't have consensus. I felt that the other ones we had consensus, so we probably could just add that into the main motion. I felt it was important to do these ones separately just because we didn't have consensus.
Fair. All right. So the motion is to move to second reading then with the amendments of adding 172-1 to section 13 and adding or removing staff recommendation and using CAO on the Schedule D. Confirm, please, Ms. Haight.
Yes, the last amendment would be to add CAO use for the staff recommendation subject box.
Thank you. All right, someone make that motion. Councillor Graham?
I will make that motion, including the 3 amendments that I'm still not scrolled up to the page for the wording, that we grant first reading to this bylaw.
Okay, and grant second reading. Very good.
Second?
It's second reading.
Oh, second reading, sorry.
Yes. So second reading with the 2 proposed amendments. All right, Deputy Reeve Malhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. This would be second reading.
No, was it 3 amendments?
Oh, the 3 amendments, yes, correct. The one that we voted on, just motioned on and voted on, and then the 2 extra.
I think it was adding definition around 172 into section 13.
Yeah.
And then adding the immediately, so that'd be 3 individual amendments.
Yeah, 3, yep.
This is why it's important to have.
Absolutely, so adding the word immediately, CAO use, and section 172 to section 13, so the MGA. So, Deputy Reeve Malhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Something else that I think is important is that if we say how we're voting, we actually know, and anyway. So I will be voting in favor of that motion, even though it probably surprises you guys. Because I do believe in democracy and I already lost the amendment. And so I feel that it is important that as the document as a whole is still good, I will be voting in favor of it because I lost the amendment already.
Councillor Graham.
I'm likely wrong, but I thought that at the last meeting, we did not vote for first reading because there were too many amendments.
The minutes are.
Sorry, I knew I couldn't find it in the minutes by the time my light was called on, but.
December 12th minutes, and I forget what item. We did.
Oh, I literally made the motion.
Yeah.
Cool. My apologies.
Oh, great. No change of vote? Very good, very good.
You'd have to do an entire process.
So Councillor Graham has made the motion for second reading with the amendments, 3 amendments as presented, or as discussed. So anyways, so there is a motion for second reading. Any further discussion? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? It's carried. Awesome. All right. I believe, oh yes, we got to go to third reading. Is there a motion to go to third reading or to table? Okay, as amended with the amendments. Okay, so Councillor Lougheed has made the motion. Oh, sorry. No, no, okay. No red light, turn it off. Okay, so Councillor Lougheed has made the motion for third reading with the amendments. Any discussion? Councillor Ratcliffe?
Yes. I won't be supporting third reading either because of the distortion that's still left in there and my concerns over the additional red tape and effort around notices of motion. I think that's going to limit council's ability to do their work. So that's my position.
All right. Any further discussion on third reading with amendments? Councillor Northcutt.
In my opinion, for the notice of motion, I think it's a nice, neat, clean, organized way to move forward with the notice of motion that has some structure and clarity for administration and council.
Thank you. All right. Any further discussion? If not, I'll call the question for third reading with amendments. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's carried. All right. So with that, we will move to reports. So moving across to CO Emmons for his report for today. Bless you.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. So the June 9th, 2024.
June?
January.
Thank you.
Too cold to be June.
It's been a long day. 2024 municipal law seminars offered by Reynolds and Mirth takes place virtually February 9th and March 1st. I believe that should be 24. Seminar agendas are yet to be released. Brownlee is offering virtual and in-person seminars in Calgary on February 8th and in Edmonton on February 15th. The sessions will cover topics such as teamwork and effective governance, clarification of concerns regarding municipal utility bylaws, examinations of the just cause, test in relation to evolving workplace standards and municipal risk management. Councillor attendance requires council approval as per council's remuneration policy.
Okay. So if councillors are willing or wanting to go to these particular law seminars and be remunerated, we would need a motion of council. So Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
I always find a lot of value in those law seminars. I would happily make the motion approving council attendance.
Thank you. Motion for council attendance is made. Any discussion? I'll call, any discussion? No? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you. Central Rural Municipalities of Alberta District 2, the Spring 2024 General Meeting is scheduled for February 2nd at 10 a.m. The in-person session will be hosted by the County of Paint Earth, and a virtual option will also be provided. Council attendance is approved as per your training for a councillor's policy. The RMA 2024 Spring Convention will take place March 18th to the 20th at the Edmonton Convention Centre. The convention agenda has yet to be released. Council attendance is approved as per the same policy. The action tracking list. New in 2024, the CAO report will feature an action tracking list for council requests that require action, resulting from a council meeting but unrelated to a specific agenda item. The purpose of including this list is to enhance accountability by providing a clear overview of these items and facilitate council's visibility into the progress of such requests. Items included in the action list do not have corresponding motions, but based on council dialogue, compliance with policy, or related ongoing projects, administration has begun work on them and attached is a list.
Thank you very much. Very much appreciate that list going forward. I know new things are, it's a great way for not only administration, but it is for council, so muchly appreciate. Anything further, any questions for the CEO in regards to his report? If not, I'll look for a motion to accept the CEO report, his information. Councillor Ratcliffe? Call the question, all those in favor? Carried, thank you. Right, moving on to the Clearwater Fireworks Services report for November of 2023. Any questions and comments in that regard? If not, looking for a motion to accept the Clearwater Regional Fire Services report for count. All right, Councillor Lougheed made the motion to accept the 10.2. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried. 10.3 is the Natural Resources Conservation Report, their annual report. I believe this comes to us once a year. Is there any correspondence or any discussion from that report council would like to discuss? Not looking for a motion to accept that report. Councillor Graham? All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. So now we're moving on to councillor verbal reports, 10.4, and we'll start with my far right with Councillor Graham.
All right, mine is fairly short. We did the board member appreciation night. I thought that went very well. It was not as much of a turnout of people as last year, but everyone was sick then, so I understand why. But it was great. I got to meet some new board members, and it was really great to thank those people who put so much effort into our community. I had my Rocky Community Learning Center annual general meeting, and just a couple of statistics that were shared with us there. So for basic literacy in 2022, I believe it was. I should have written that down. So my year could be incorrect. There were 230 volunteer hours and 20 adult learners for English language, like learning to speak English. There were 581 volunteer hours and 22 learners. 22.1% of the hours put into the organization of programs are volunteer, and 1,452 volunteer hours is the total of that, and that doesn't even include everything. So they definitely could use more people there, but because of their financially due to having to pay rent that they weren't having to pay before, that's a very substantial amount for the organization. They aren't able to hire more people, so it means the people that are working there are also volunteering huge amounts of hours, obviously. So that is too bad that has to happen. Hopefully some changes can happen there. We all were at budget approval, obviously, and over the holidays, I had some great conversations with some residents that I just kind of ran into places, and some really positive feedback, so that was really good. And yeah, that concludes my report.
Oh, thank you. Any questions for Councillor Grant? Moving on to Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you very much. Not much to report, but like Councillor Graham, some positive feedback through the holiday season. I hope it was part of that Christmas spirit and that optimism for the new year that springs forward at this time of year. So I just maybe take the opportunity to wish everybody a very happy and prosperous 2024.
Thank you. Any questions? Moving on to Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. The health engagement team has started doing lunch and learns at West Central High School. We're trying to branch out to David Thompson and Caroline schools as well, but we've had a hard time with scheduling with them. Basically what it is we are going to those schools and with a different health occupation presentation. This last one was about nursing, to tell them how awesome nursing is and how they need to get into that field, showcasing our scholarships like through the health engagement team. And going forward, we will bring the information on how to apply for the county and the town's scholarships as well, because we didn't bring that with us, and it was something that they very much wanted after we talked about the health one. So we are looking forward to those. The next one's on paramedicine, so pretty excited about that. I get to present that one. Health engagement team has had a meeting as well in this holiday timeframe. And the Health Foundation has done an incredible job fundraising for our operating rooms. So I don't know if you guys are aware with how the operating rooms actually came to be. There was only supposed to be one. The only reason we got two is because the Health Foundation agreed to fundraise for 2/3 of the equipment in those rooms. So go team, because they have been successful. And the Alberta Health Services and some physicians, some surgeons have toured them, and they say that we have some of the best looking operating rooms that they have seen. So that is fabulous news. Now the struggle will be getting a surgeon that we can get privileges to work here. So I'm back on that horse. I can't help it, because we need to make sure that we get local privileging. Lots going on in the health world. I will just forward you guys on stuff rather than continuing to go over this, but I'll just send it over to you guys. The Reeve and myself went to CRMA for the division meeting, and the team is hoping to bring in more provincial federal leadership to the general meeting so that they can present, and the group will have a chance to ask questions. So they're going to reach out to different ministers and the ADMs to see if they can get them at our general meeting so we can start discussing those things. Some of the biggest, one of the things I like the best at those meetings is actually listening to the different municipalities' reports, hearing what they have to say and what their biggest issues are and the things they're working on. Some of the highlights of that was land use bylaws. Everybody seems to be working on their land use bylaws and municipal development plans, and trying to figure out how to weave renewables into that, and the struggle with the fact that it doesn't matter what we write in our land use bylaw. The Utilities Commission may or may not actually care. So it's walking that tightrope. The cost of equipment to buy public works equipment has been something that when people were going through their budgets, people were hit hard on the equipment costs in their budgets. LGFF and the numbers that are now coming out, so we know, like, municipalities know what they're receiving in LGFF and how disappointing it truly is that we're responsible for such a massive road network, and yet the numbers are smaller than they've ever been. Doctors were a concern for every single municipality. The fact that Canmore themselves cannot retain physicians, with it being Canmore and that hopefully being a draw, is a scary thought. It brings to question the hope that these changes that Alberta Health is making are going to be for the better, and that we really need to look at healthcare on a whole and the hierarchy that we put physicians in. Stellar County did a super cool thing that I'd really love to see us do. Oh, I was waiting to see what Mr. Emmons had to say about that. But they did a road tour throughout, and I guess they do it annually, where they do public engagement suppers in all of their divisions. And they bring their directors, FCSS, fire services. The bringing FCSS one was, I thought, super cool, like that they bring them with them so they can present the different things they're doing in that community too. They said it's great, they do it annually and they get really good feedback, and I think that'd be something worth looking at. We got such positive feedback with going out to Nordegg that perhaps if we did it in every division, that it would have the same positive spin that going out to Nordegg that day did. So otherwise, that's me too. And here I thought I'd be short.
Any comments or any questions for Councillor Deputy Reeve Beloff? Seeing none, Councillor Northcott.
I don't have a lot to report. do have an experience. I got to experience over the holidays though here through summer and New Year's. Got quite sick, so I went to a walk-in clinic. And I was welcomed by a sign at the door that said, due to patient volume, we are unable to accept any more patients today. Sorry for any inconvenience, thank you. I was, now, wow, we got a problem. So then, a few days later, I don't know, it was about 4 in the morning, I could not sleep. I thought, man, this is, so I think we'll just see what time the walk-in clinic opens at 8 o'clock. Well, I thought, I'm gonna be early, I'll get in there early. So I was there 7:15. There was already 2 individuals waiting outside the door, and it opens at 8. By the time the door opened at 8 o'clock, so I was number 3, there was 25 people waiting outside on the sidewalk. Then it leads me to a lot of people that are unaware of the Alberta is Calling campaign that the Alberta government had. They spent millions of Albertans' money campaigning across the country for people to move to Alberta. But when I'm welcomed at a walk-in clinic with a sign like that, and everybody else would be welcomed with the same sign, there's a problem. It was a disappointment.
So the question remains, did you get in?
Oh, I did get in, thank you, but yeah, it's like that every day at that clinic. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I didn't hit my button fast enough after the Deputy Reeve was speaking, but if we could just start by getting those privileges for our doctors, we would probably have better imaging services moving out here, and it would ripple down to a lot less people having to travel or wait. So,
Would you like?
good luck with your health team.
We'll keep working on it.
Yes, keep working on it.
Thank you.
I don't have that much to report. With Councillor Northcott, we attended the FCSS meeting. Just before Christmas, the main discussion around there was the grant assignments, of how to manage the grant assignments that would be coming up now. And talking about different processes to spur some different programs. So we'll continue working on that and see how that works out. Then in the afternoon, I had a rec board meeting with the town where they announced there had been additional problems with the pool filters, but that all appeared to be resolved. Although talking to people, I'm told it's still cold. And that meeting ran long enough that I just caught the boards and volunteer recognition meeting out at Pine Hills. And other than that, I enjoyed a few quiet days. That's my report.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Ratcliffe? Thank you. Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, I would like to thank all of the people that turned out at Pine Hill Golf Course. I think it's great that we have so many people in here that will donate their time towards our communities and to help us make a better county, that we already have a great county, and they're willing to stand up and be counted. I think it's great to see that. The only other thing, I was at Carolina Ag Society meeting last night. We had a pretty good discussion. Mr. Martinson and maybe the CIO would be interested to know that there will be a letter coming from the board saying that we would like to go ahead with the renos at the arena to get it up to fire code. And at the same time, if it would be possible to do the fire suppressant at the same time. We may need some help with that, but you will be getting a letter from the board. And with that, then we're gonna have a big area that we can hold some major events up to 2,500 people if we get this all done. And we'd like to do it this summer is what they're talking about. We will have the ice out for 4 months, so we thought we could do it all. And if we get some help with a fire suppressant, that will make it that we could endless events in those 4 months. And then after we finish that, we would like to take a look at, with somebody, an expert, I think Matt or Rick may be able to get us into a person that can look at the arena floor and the piping and the ice plant and see what the longevity of those 3 units are and get some report on what we have to do to get it up to that it'll last another 20 years. The $1 million that we're gonna have to spend, or a little bit in excess of $1 million, to do all of these upgrades, and then our floor goes to heck in a couple of years. The $1 million spent would, if it lasts 20 years, that's only a $50,000 investment every year for a facility to last another 20 years. So I think the board out there is really looking at being a big rec center for Clearwater County and the southeast area. The board really has their head screwed on right, and with a lot of help from Matt Martinson and Rick, they really appreciate the help that they get. So I just wanted to pass that along, and you will be getting an official letter from them. So just appreciation from the board.
Any questions for Councillor Cermak? Deputy Reeve Melhall.
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor Cermak, has the hub and like that facility ever done like in infrastructure asset management study to see if any of these upgrades should be done at all, or like at what point? So you're doing the safety codes, like required updates, but like you said, should those be done if it's going to be a major upgrade to the rest of the facility on top of that, or if we should be looking at different solutions for recreation in the southern portion of the county? Like, has your board had any conversations on that front?
We had, it was a few years ago when I was president there, we did have it looked at, and they figured that the building at the state it was good for another 20 years. This is probably 10 or 11 years ago now, so 10 or 9 or 10 years. That's why I'm saying that I'd like to have the floor and the ice plant looked at. Because if we're gonna make the building, and we're gonna do the roof also on the arena part, so the structure will be sound. The only concern will be the ice plant, the piping, and the flooring. But if we get the building all fire coded, everything, then we could have multiple events in there every weekend if we wanted them in the 4 months that we're done from ice. And you're probably looking at maybe $1 million, $1.25 million to do all of this. Maybe a little bit more with the ice plant and the piping. But that's 20 years that it would extend life with the new roof. And we put it out to everybody on Facebook what color of tin they would like, and it's gonna be red. The arena roof will be red, so it'll be the big red barn. So we will save the structure. And it should be good for at least another 20 years, according to, I think it was Barry that done the fire codes and all the upgrades and everything. He figured at least a minimum of 20-year extension.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, for myself, it was a busy December, between budgets, between Christmas parties, between everything else that was going on and try not to become sick. I think that was our biggest goal for the whole month, was not to get sick. I did attend after our council meeting on the 19th. I did go to Innisfil for the quarterly Reeves and Mayors meeting. It was a presentation by the emergency shelter, that's Women's Shelter in Red Deer. It was pretty heartbreaking to hear some of the stories there of how like Rocky is an extension of their, Rocky and Camrose are an extension of their organization, and how they've had helped, something was like 1,100 adults and 700 kids, and had to turn away over 3,000 people, still turn away 3,000 people. So, and how a $15,000 donation went to supply 6 weeks of food. So they're in the current, they got a federal grant to rebuild. So they started rebuilding in July of 2022. Right next to their building, it was $30 million. There's going to be 2 parts, 2 phases. And so they'll have the one building hopefully complete and open by the beginning of 2025, and then take down their building and build like a second portion where there'll be like apartment buildings, so that people will be able to stay there for 2 years to help with their transition. We brought donations to the food bank, but after the end of the presentation, there was a cup that got passed around and some cash got shoved in, and we sent the food back with them and along with a very generous donation between the group of us. So keep them in your thoughts and prayers are going on, because they feel it's going to get worse before it gets better. So. Rocky Seniors meeting on the 21st. Because of the breakout that was happening at the lodge, we had the meeting here, which was very, very fortunate to have that. On the 29th, the breakout was declared. Everything was good, no more sickness, so that was nice to see that everybody was opening up. They did have to say goodbye to Nellie, their activity coordinator, who had been there for 34 years. So she retired, and lots of memories and a good time that were had there over with her time being there. Last week I did a CBC radio that turned into a recorded Zoom online. Kudos to the communications team that worked very actively. I gave them literally an hour, not even 15 minutes notice that I had to come in. It was supposed to be just CBC radio, so we're still in pajamas. We're not even getting ready there. So anyways, when they said, oh, we'd like to do a recording, it is out on their CBC website. It was a 2-minute, not quite a 2-minute video in regards to the Taunton Bridge, and a 9-minute video with CBC Edmonton, which turned out quite well as well. So I'm very happy about that. And like I say, kudos to the communications team for assisting in that way very quickly. On my drop-in on the 4th, I have talked to 15 people that day. So it was a very, very busy day, big revolving door. So beginning of the year, I think the next step is Deputy Reeve.
Time on Friday.
Yep, bring lots of supplies. There you go.
I'll bring lots of donuts.
Lots of donuts with that. As mentioned, Deputy Reeve and I were at CRMA on Friday. Unfortunately, we started off with having to have a detour, so that was the unfortunate part in our community that morning with the accident on 11 and having to come around that. And I will say I had visited with many residents over the holidays, like some of yourselves. It's been very positive. I think 2024 is indicated by our CEO Emmons. It feels like a positive year, so let's keep feeding that positivity and going forward. So anyways, that's my report. With that, if someone would like to make a motion to accept the council reports, we're good. Councillor Lougheed? All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. All right, moving on in the agenda, we have correspondence. Now we have 9 correspondence letters in there. Is there any discussion on any of those letters? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Todd Lowen, the Forestry and Parks Minister, had sent out a thing about grants for fire guards. Are we eligible, particularly in the Nordegg area, considering it's most of the land around Nordegg is actually theirs? but can we still apply to build fire guards around that community, even though it's on Crown? And a supplementary to that, what would it look like to try to include Farrier? I know a number of years ago when I was in the fire service, one of the emergency practices we did for mass scale disaster was wildfire and Farrier. And I think this would be an opportunity to actually put something in place to hopefully prevent, even though we practiced for it, that doesn't mean we want to actually have to implement the things we've practiced. So are those two things we can actually maybe accomplish with this grant, or am I misunderstanding what he's suggesting?
CO Emmons, please.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. So typically, those type of initiatives, we have always filed through FireSmart. We were successful in a couple of phases out in Nordic for FireSmart, and also one complete phase around Horberg. The next two after that were always planned around Crimson Lake and then Farrier. They hadn't got into community engagement in those two communities, but I would propose that would be hinged on the application of grants. So I can take it forward and apply through.
I would appreciate that, just because with this being, it appears to be separate funding than FireSmart's funding, with it being the FRIAA funding. But I could be wrong. Maybe we can dig deeper into it. Do you need a motion giving action to dig deeper into this, or are we comfortable with just bring back if you do need a motion to that effect? Okay, thank you. I have one other question, if you don't mind.
Yes.
Minister McIver also sent us a letter. Unless I'm, again, misreading this, during RMA, the energy minister was quite evasive on if the holiday would continue. Is this pretty much saying the holiday will continue? Because it's basically saying that those two initiatives that were put in by the provincial government will continue until the assessment model is reviewed. Is that what he's saying?
CO Emmons?
To be blunt, when I first read that letter, I took it as a positive, and then when I reread it, I really was undecided. It can be interpreted in a couple different ways.
So, sorry.
Go ahead, supplement.
So my question is then, in reviewing RMA's emergent resolution policy, when legislation changes, we have the ability to build emergent resolutions that affect our municipalities because of legislative changes. I think this would qualify. This is a direct hit to municipalities. We were told to wait. We did. And now we're being told to continue to wait. Our infrastructure isn't waiting. Our infrastructure is being beaten up. Can we dig deeper into this one as well and see which one of us is reading it right? If I'm reading it as a direct hit to us, or if I'm misreading that, and if so, can we look at drafting an emergent resolution for the spring RMA? Because this is a legislative piece of information we didn't have in time for the January, today's the deadline, the January 9th deadline.
I would also suggest that on February 2nd, when we meet with our CRMA contingents of Division 2, that should be brought up at that particular point in time with the rest of the group. And I would suggest that we would have a lot of consensus on that, but that might be an opportunity for us to bring it up on February 2nd at the CRMA in that regards. Yeah, when I read that particular letter, I agree. The second paragraph is really disconcerting, especially when it's, the very last sentence, just, no plans to reinstate it was very, to me, evident that, yes, you could decipher it a few different ways, but it doesn't sound very promising, so. Councillor Northcott.
Alrighty. The letter of correspondence that is from Rebecca Schultz.
Okay.
It's regarding drought in Alberta. So I know often the reason this is of interest to me is often through subdivision of land in Clearwater County, the farmland assessment rating is often presented to council, which I think often doesn't truly represent the value of the land here in Clearwater County. We're fortunate with the rainfall that we get here, snowfall that we get, and from this letter from Minister Schultz, it says ranging from stage 1, which is a minor drought, to stage 5, which is a province-wide emergency. We are currently in stage 4. So I've said it before, it's often the weather, like we're fortunate here with the weather patterns and the rainfall that we do get here. There's many producers that were able to export hay and stuff out of this municipality. So I don't know if this farmland assessment rating with these numbers on a piece of paper truly represent the value of agriculture in this community.
Anything further with the correspondence? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Where did we land on having a drafted emergent resolution ready to go for the February meeting? That will be an action of administration, so that would require a motion. Look, I think Tracy wants to.
Sorry, Ms. Haight.
If I may have clarification, please. Would the emergent resolution, I guess the question is, what would the emergent resolution be asking for? In the letter, it states that there's a hold on reinstating the assessment and taxes until the assessment model review committee is completed their engagement process and presenting their findings. So the emergent resolution would be for what?
Okay, so Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
For me, the emergent resolution before we were told 3 years, 3 years is up. And them building their assessment model, what is wrong with the one that they have? You gave the 3-year hiatus. You should be no longer giving a hiatus. Because they're continuing the hiatus until the assessment review model is done, but have given no date in which that will now take place. So we were told 3 years, and now we're told when the assessment model is done, or at least that's how I'm reading it. I don't accept that.
Okay, so for resolutions then, would council wish to lobby the government to reinstate the taxes and assessments prior to the review being completed?
They can continue with the review, and the assessment can be assessed at the model that they are using for all of the other everything else. So, because they still assess all of the other dip and machinery and equipment under their old model. It's just the stuff that was built in that 3-year time frame. It's all that new stuff that was built that was given the hiatus. Why can't it be assessed the same way that it has been forever while they're also doing the assessment model?
Okay, so I'm taking it as yes, lobbying the government to reinstate the taxes prior to completion of the assessment review.
That's my opinion on it.
Okay.
They told us 3 years, we waited patiently.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Unless my team disagrees, because I'm happy to be correct.
I'm also very, very concerned. It's the last sentence, like I say, on paragraph 2, and that is that the well drilling equipment tax is also learned. There's no plans to reinstate it. It's like, no, we need that reinstated. We have well drilling activity in this county. It's been busy. Yeah, it's particularly that one, in my opinion. Councillor Northcott.
I don't know all the behind the scenes workings of that program or what they're doing with industry, but a date would be, to lobby them for a definitive date on when it's going to be completed would be, because I really don't know.
I agree.
the future of industry and what's all going on there, so.
Deputy Reeve?
I agree, a date would be awesome, because originally we were given a date, and that's now. Like, February of 2024 was the original date, if I'm not mistaken, because I don't have that right in front of me. And now, that's just been extended indefinitely, because, yeah, there is no date now, Councillor Northcott, so date would be nice. How long do we have to hold our breath for?
Councillor Graham?
This might be a silly question. The well drilling equipment tax, does that go to the municipality or does that go, okay. And my other question, yeah. My other question is, do resolutions like this already exist?
That would be a question for, go ahead. Yeah, that's a good question. Ms. Haight, how would you be looking at that on the Army website?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
I just don't want to redundantly do a resolution that already exists. So if resolutions that already fulfill this exist, is my question.
That would be part of the research to determine if there are any existing resolutions currently being considered by the province. So yes, like if there are, then that would be in the report that comes to council.
Anything further in the correspondence? Councillor Northcott?
It's just in the last sentence of this
Yep.
topic.
Yep.
It does say at the bottom of the letter, I look forward to sharing more information in early 2024 regarding further engagement on the assessment model review. Hopefully they have something coming forward for us.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
You are way more optimistic than me. You are seeing the glass half full, and on this one, I see the glass half empty. Yeah, you are much more or no glass, yeah. You're much more optimistic than me. And honestly, if that happens before we have to officially stand up at a mic with a resolution, we can withdraw the resolution and say, no, they've solved this problem. We do not need to ask them to fix it. They did it without us asking. Do you anticipate that happening?
This time.
Sorry, I'm being facetious and very,
But, you know, if we were to, you'd definitely have my support on this a little bit further into the year, 100%.
I just worry our next window is in the fall, and that's past this year's tax season. So then we'll miss another year of taxes for that 3-year hiatus. Will then be 4-year hiatus, and then like if we don't jump on it right away, it becomes more and more years. We can always withdraw it if they somehow solve it.
All right. Okay, so direction given in that regards, and I'm sure Ms. Haight will figure out if there's already an existing resolution on this, and maybe we could help enhance it, or when we talk to our friends on February 2nd, there might be some more information that comes forward at that particular point in time. So if there's no other discussion about the correspondence, looking for a motion to accept correspondence for information. Deputy Reeve Melhoff? Call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. All right. Notices of motion. Go ahead, Councillor Graham.
Not a notice of motion, just going back. Do we have to vote on if we're doing that as an emergent resolution? Or we're just gonna look into it?
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
When I asked, they said they were gonna look into it and bring it back.
Okay, sorry, I missed that.
Unless I misunderstood.
Yep. Yep.
I've been nailed on the thing on that before, not making a motion for action, so. We're good? All right.
Yes, bring it back. Thank you. Notices of motion. Not looking at that. Not seeing none. Just before we go to before we go to the adjournment, I just want to make a comment. Councillor Ratcliffe had mentioned the swimming pool, and I forgot to let you know that my granddaughter had swimming lessons yesterday morning. She's not quite she's not quite 3, and she said the pool water was thumbs up. So anyway, so she was happy. The pool water temperature was really good, so anyways with that. All right, adjournment. Who would like to make the motion for adjournment? Okay, Councilor Northcott will make the motion for adjournment. All those in favor? Thank you. See you on January 23rd.